Morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning, guys. Just letting people in.
Watch your video.
Morning.
Morning, guys. Gerard Survey, V3.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody from Toll Infrastructure. I'm not really sitting at Mikey's Fontaine, it's just my background.
That's quite sad.
Well, good morning to everybody. I trust you guys are well. It's good seeing everybody again after a long break, and it's the first session for the Transport Forum for this year. So I wish you all a blessed and a prosperous 2021. I trust it's going to be much better than the previous year. And great seeing all the faces again. All right, so let me just get our things set up here. Our YouTube is running, and we need to put off our clock for today. So let's switch that one off, and we can bring in a logo, Transport Forum. So you guys know you're dealing with the Transport Forum this morning. There we go. So I'm also still allowing more people into the session. All right, so let me share my screen, and we can have a look at our program. We are proudly being hosted today by the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, We've got Dr. Unita Maria who's acting as our host, and we're very appreciative of Unita's support and guidance, and she's obviously been instrumental in putting this event together for us. And we're talking today about the way forward for border posts and how they should look. And just now I'll give Unita the opportunity to do a quick overview on our program. First thing I want to do is that obviously you guys have noticed that all these events are complementary, including the related content on the web is complementary. So obviously we have valued sponsors and alliance partners that's making this possible for us. And I would like to give recognition. So we're proud having on this stage 4 official industry alliances with the Transport Forum. Obviously there are many more that's actually aligned with the Transport Forum, but on a formal basis we have 4, and that is South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and Unita will tell us just now a little bit more about that. We've got the South African Express Parcel Association. I don't know if Gary Marshall or anybody from SAAFF would like to say a few words about express logistics. But their organization, just get the South African Express Parcel Association, SAAFF, comprises over 110 member companies engaged in the express freight and courier industry. The large multinational operators are members as well as South African companies, so the association is representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain. So that's express logistics. We've got SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association. I don't think Basil is online at the moment, representing the bus operators in South Africa, and obviously closely collaborating with the South African road transport system. The 18th of February event will be hosted by SABOA, and we're going to do an economic overview on the country and obviously the impact that COVID-19 and so on has on our business. Then we've got the Chartered Institute for Logistics and Transport, and there we've got Catherine Larkin and them driving that. That's the people behind the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. We've got Alban Harris, who's the president from Transnet, and they also recently joined the Transport Forum. We've got formal media alliances. We've got Freight News. Maybe Eugene, you want to say a few words about Freight News? Eugene Goddard, if you can unmute.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Morning, everyone. I suppose everyone can hear me now. And Harry, thank you very much for this opportunity, as always. We're looking forward to an exciting rendition of Transport Forum, the first one for 2021. Freight News is an online news portal for the logistics and supply chain industry. We cover all elements of freight and everything attached to it. Whatever moves from point A to Z and everything in between, we like to look at it as much as possible. Cargo and clearing and whatnot, we regularly talk to a variety of people from the industry, and we believe we bring an edgy sensibility to our coverage of the industry. And holding thumbs for a good one, Harry. Always like the forums. It's always useful to us from an information point of view, cutting news from the forum. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eugene. Freight News, been in the Transport Forum since actually the start of the Transport Forum almost 14 years ago. Thank you very much for that. Railways Africa magazine, it's all about rail infrastructure, and we know how important these nowadays to get our railways up and running again and back to compliance again. So Philippa Dean and her teams behind Railways Africa. Then we're looking at some of our gold sponsors, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management of University of Johannesburg. Prof. Jackie Walters and Dr. Nalin Pisa have been supporting me many years since the start of the Transport Forum, making it a big success. And Prof. Jackie is also mentoring me. C-Track is about making your inventory and your assets visible. Also been part of the Transport Forum as gold sponsor since the start of the Transport Forum. I'm very proud having them on board. We've got Global Trade Solution. Louise, you want to tell us a little bit more about this gold sponsor of ours?
Morning, Harry, and morning to all the colleagues. I see we've even got somebody from Ghana with us today. I hope, as Harry said, everybody's well rested and back from leave. Harry, thank you for the opportunity. We've been part of the Transport Forum for, I think, 3 years now, and it has been a very good journey to see the growth and the development of the Transport Forum. And I think the Transport Forum gives us a neutral platform where we can collaborate and talk about subjects that's all close to our heart. I think that today's discussion is very important for all of us because we all went through a very troublesome, really November, December, and even January, and it will be good to see how we can do it better next time. From a global trade solution point of view, we play in the international supply chain arena. So we provide technology services and services in this industry, and also doing some content management and consulting. So Harry, what you're doing is really right up our street, and we're very honored and feel proud to be part of the Transport Forum and to help to grow and develop the network, and to also participate in both the discussions, the working groups, and the important events that lie ahead for us. In particular, things like the BMA and the one-stop border post that's going to be pivotal for us this year. It's going to be a good journey to work with you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise, and we are proud having you on board. Thank you very much for your support. Right, we've got Zutari. Altus was supposed to say a few words, but he couldn't make it this morning. Unfortunately, somebody else from Zutari want to say a few words, perhaps? All right, let me tell you more. Zutari has previously been known as Oricon. They've been at the Transport Forum for about 5 years now as a gold sponsor, and it's engineering consultants of note. And we're very proud in having them on board. Bird Air Cargo, don't know if somebody from Bird Air Cargo want to say a few words on our new gold sponsor. They sponsor, I think, from since December. Muriel, perhaps, or Gary.
Hi, Harry. Yes, it's Muriel Saad. Hi, everybody. We're glad to be on board. Transport Forum has been part of our framework for quite a while, and we're proud to be on board now as a gold sponsor. I think just for everybody's information, or there's information on our website, but Bird Air Cargo is typically an express air service provider on the freight side. We have an extensive network in the South African ambit with freighter aircraft operating at night to all the major airports. But then we also have the capacity of some of our passenger airlines during the day, which we then utilize for our uplift. I think we recently have proven to play quite a big role, even in the essential market in terms of PPE delivery and transportation since lockdown. And we look forward to also play a big role in future distribution of any new product and express product. So glad to be on board.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Muriel, for your support. Right, Kuba. Kuba is actually known as VIX Technology. Kuba is an organization providing advanced ticketing solutions, automatic fare collection. Many of the BRT systems in our country and public transport solutions are provided by Kuba Pay, providing integrated ticketing solutions. And we're looking forward to hearing more from them during the course of this year. Also a gold sponsor now for about 4 years. Standard Bank, Kathy Bell from Standard Bank. They've been supporting the Transport Forum for many, many years. Kathy is also instrumental in the road transport management system, all about compliance. And we're going to hear a lot from them during the course of this year. I just want to mention the Transport Forum is actually enhancing our events that we're going to have this year, even up to 3, maybe even more events per month. So it's lots of content, and it's everything complimentary to the public, and all the content on the web to be downloaded complimentary. So we're excited in terms of being supported by these big organizations to make this possible. Right, Kulula is back in the skies again, and we're proudly flying Kulula. They support us as a gold sponsor, also now for 3 years. We're proudly flying Kulula. Please support this important airline. We love them second, as they say. They're a big company, a great company. EasyClear, perhaps Michael want to tell us a little bit more about EasyClear.
Morning, Harry. Morning, everybody. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join as a gold sponsor quite recently. EasyClear has always participated in Transport Forum special interest groups wherever possible, but we're very proud and honored to be able to participate and provide you with the support that we now can do. Just very quickly, I'd encourage everybody to have a look at our website, which is just www.easyclear.co.za. But as a company, we were started in November of 2004, introducing a truly Windows-based solution at the time. We now provide an end-to-end software as a service solution for the freight forwarding, clearing, logistics industry, and integrate with various third-party solutions. We are BBBE compliant contributor and have a very customer-centric approach, coupled with the value of partnering with our clients as opposed to simply offering a product. So we look forward to being of service to agents, brokers, importers, exporters, forwarders, and the supply chain in the future. Again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for your kind support. We're looking forward to your presentation a little bit later on today. Thank you very much. All right, then we've got the Ubunye Capital. Ladies and gents, it's consultants in the public transport space, focusing very much actually in integrating the taxi industry, to be recognized as a full, formal mode of transport in South Africa. We see Majola is driving and the brains behind the Ubunye Capital, so we're proudly having them on board. Let me just make sure I'm not skipping somebody. JC Auditors. Is there somebody from JC Auditors who want to say a few words? Well, I can tell you more about JC Auditors. Accredited certifications are recognized globally. They work with clients and develop specific solutions. Their goal is to provide professional, efficient, and simplified certification solutions, enabling clients to achieve their business goals. They're also very much instrumental to the road transport management system, together with the CSIR and Standard Bank and so on. So JC Auditors joined us last year as a gold sponsor, so we're very proud in having them on board as well. All right, so I just want to mention that our presentations that you will see presented today will be uploaded to the Transport Forum's website for you to download. It will all be available from the downloads feature on the Transport Forum's website. It's that website you see on your screen. And if you haven't got an account yet with the Transport Forum, you kind of need to register. What you do is you select sign up. If you haven't got the account yet, you select on sign up. It will take you through a simple little process to create your own complementary account. You'll create your own username and password, and then you can log in. Once you've logged in, then you can go to the website and you can go to events and you can select downloads, and it should open a little search engine for you and you will be able to see the presentations. In the search engine, you will find, you can type in the title or descriptions. You can type in, for example, a person's name or surname, and it'll bring up all the presentations that person presented over the past 14 years. Or the title, you can type in, for example, logistics, and it'll bring up everything related to logistics presented over the past 14 years. Or you can go to category, and you can select by category, you can select today's date, and it'll bring up obviously all the presentations presented today, and you can download them. You know that there are more than 900 presentations on this knowledge base with the Transport Forum. We internationally recognized now as one of the most powerful knowledge bases in transport. So and that's all thanks to you guys supporting the Transport Forum, and we can only build it into the future to being even better. We have a business directory where you can get your company listed. For only 450 rands a year, you can be listed, and it's quite a popular business directory. You can go on the Transport Forum website. You will see that the companies are telling us that they're getting lots of hits on this business directory. And we outsource this to Olga Mashilo and her company, Bolen Bontley Consultant. There's Olga's number. You can take a picture and you can contact Olga, and she can you know, get your listing in the business directory of Transport Forum. She can formalize that for you. That's completely been outsourced, and the revenue also goes to Olga's company, and she's doing a very good job. Thank you, Olga, for supporting us there. All right, that's taking us back to the program for today, and I would like to give opportunity to Dr. Unita Maria, our host for today, to tell us a little bit more about our program. And then after she's done that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then she can share her screen and she can do the first opening address presentation. So over to you, Unita.
Yes, morning Harry, and morning speakers and colleagues. I think it's an honor to have you all here in today. As Louise said, it's a very important topic. I think it's sometimes a difficult topic to be open and honest and to speak to each other. But when you look at the program, I think we have quite a esteemed speakers that will take us through. Myself will just give you an overview on what we see on the single window, one-stop border post, and maybe smart borders. Now we can take it forward. Then we will have somebody directly from the Department of Home Affairs, which the BMA is under. We then go back to Fritz Morris to tell us what is the lessons learned and what can we see in the Africa environment. After a little short break, Lynn will tell us and take us through what's the lessons that we learned during December and January in the border post. I think then we want to hear from Lucky Molefe to show us on their journey. What do they think? How do we align with the World Customs Organization in terms of smart borders and technology and how we can share information? It's good that we will have then for Michael that can touch probably on blockchain and what is the new disruptive technology that can help us to make sure that the borders work effectively. Then nonetheless, we have then somebody from the CBRTA to show us what their role and what will they play in Africa and specifically on the Africa Free Trade area. Then I think lastly but not least is that we invited women from the BASC, which is in South America. They look at the movement of borders across or cargo across borders, coupled with the people and how do they manage the border post. So I think it's quite an exciting program, and I want to encourage you, if you have lunchtime in Gauteng, it's raining. So if you have some pancakes that you eat, you can share your video with us during lunchtime, and we would like to see how you enjoy your pancake. Thank you very much, and I think it's a nice program. So we're looking forward to the engagement.
Thank you so much, Unita. Thank you for being our host today, and we're looking forward to your opening address. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think this is quite a difficult topic, so let I set the scene and then we can take it forward from here. When we look at the border post, it's not that we in South Africa or Africa is isolated from ourselves. I think we work with the World Customs Organization, and they've been established in 1952. So in the world, there's about 189 countries that subscribe to them. So how they structure work like, they've got a Secretary General, and they have then the WCO Secretariat in Brussels. So they divide the world in 6 areas. You've got one in America, 3 in Africa, 1 in Europe, and 1 in Asia, Africa, Russia. In Africa, we divide it in 3 regions. As I said, you will have the East Southern Africa that stands as the SA region, and we fall under Kenya. Then you will have the Angola, the western side, and then you will have the northern side of Africa that falls into Europe. So why is this important to set the scene of the WCO is that they have 3 instruments that's very important for us. The one instrument is the SAAFF framework of standards. And what I do there, they've got 3 pillars. It's the customs to customs pillar, and then the customs to business. And typically what we found under the customs to business will be the AEO, how do we work with private sector, how do we engage with them? And the 3rd pillar we can see now is very important, is customs to other government agencies. So that's normally the framework that they work in the world. And together to that, we will have then the revised Kyoto Convention. And the revised Kyoto Convention is to say it works with the SAAFF framework, but it aims to simplify and harmonize the processes. And then how the World Customs Organization works, they've got different working groups or different committees, and they have then different compendiums that they will share with the customs around the world. So you will have a risk compendium, an integrated supply chain management compendium, you will have a law enforcement. So it takes the world to make sure that we create an environment that we become into a simplified process. So just to give you an idea that we in South Africa is not on our own, we feed into the SA region, and the SA region feed into the World Customs Organization. And for the last 2 years, it is our privilege under the SAAFF Fundle that we host the regional private sector consultative group under the Hospice of Kenya, which is the regional office for capacity building. So afterwards, we will share the website with you, and you can easily go and visit, and you can put comments, and we interact there with the regional private sector group. So if I take you through the presentation, it's about 6 slides, so I'm not going to bore you with too many technical details. The borders, what we know, started in the 17th century, and it was all about people and what they can get from the people in terms of resources. And then there was a very strong element from let me build walls and let me consolidate the power. You can see now in the 21st century, it's more about what's moving across borders, how is it moving, how can we protect our environment to make sure we have got a safe, compliant, and secure trading environment. And then what we found, I think Michael will touch on that, is very much the integration in the supply chain and the flow of the goods. Now, in between, you'll see there in the bottom of the screen, that's what the smart border is all about. We want to make sure there's a secure environment, it's measurable, it works on a risk platform, it's technology driven, and above all, it actually takes away the old outdated workflows. Now, if you look in the media and maybe in the environment or the trading space that you work, we've got different concepts. So you'll see one-stop border post, single window. You talk about authorized economic operator, gate in, gate out. You've got GPS tracking. And Mike also that's going to share later on in the program, they really have a good technology around the geofencing of the borders. You've got third-party data, barcodes, number plate recognition, integrated platform, upstream data, which is, let's say, let we know who is in the supply chain and can we trust them. And then we've got the concept of non-stop border posts, but they're all integrated or interconnected to each other. Now, just to give you a concept of what is the 3 ideas or the methodologies, I think the one-stop border post is very much a bit of a, if I can call it like that, a bit of an old technology or an old idea. Is that where 2 countries is in one building, they fulfill their functions in the one building, and they may create one stop in terms of 2 stops. Then you've got the single window to say, no, we go a bit further. We want all the role players in the supply chain to submit their documentation into one platform. And once it's in one platform, they will then disseminate or disseminate the information to the different organ of states, and then they can look at it at the same time and save time. Then we've got the new methodology that the WCO, World Customs Organization, was coming out 2 years ago very strongly, is to say that it's a journey. There's different methodologies and we can bring them together. We cannot look at them in isolation. We need to look at the technology. We need to look at the workflow, the processes, and we need to see who is working in a supply chain, let it be international and regional supply chain. And we work collectively towards a compliant, safe, and a secure environment. Just to show you the picture of the single window, you can see now previously, or what we can see now, is that you submit your manifest cargo and the customs declaration and some cargo reports to different organs of states. They then verify each of them, and then from that, they will then determine what is the risk profile, and then they will let the cargo go. As opposed to the technology to say that we submit it at one single window, and from there on, it's disseminated to the different organ of states. Then I think what we can see in the Department of Home Affairs, Dr. Arnold Motsoaledi was coming out very strongly in the media during December and January to say that there's a document out, and we as private sector, please must look at the document, the one-stop border post. I think that document in itself is for us a bit problematic because we know when we look at cargo, and as I explained, since the modernization journey with customs, all the paper has been taken away. We do electronic submissions. We do it when the cargo has been loaded at origin. We get a code, proceed to border. We get then gate in, gate out. We know the only things that's inspected at the border post is the high risk. And that is for us where we want to go. We don't want to go back to the old way that it's paper-based or that technology is not enforced and that we have different workflows and all of that. We agree with one principle, and that is maybe the goods from the people need to be split, and we need to get different lanes that cargo can move through a border if it needs to be inspected. But I think the methodology in to say that the one-stop border post will resolve the issues, we don't want to go backwards. I think we in private sector is very clear on what we want to do. We want to make sure that we want to go forward in our region, and we want to make sure that the intra-trade can develop. And I think also what we see on the one-stop border, and Louise just put it close in her remarks, her opening remarks, is that supply chains work when there's agility and then when there's sustainability and a predictability. The moment that you take the agility away from supply chain to bounce back, and you take the sustainability and the predictability away, we might as well say we don't have regional supply chains that we can rely on. And I think we all agree that we want to do industrialization, but if we do industrialization, we need to back it up with predictability in the supply chain. So that's why when we look at the cargo report and the way that we are currently doing with all the instruments available on the World Customs Organization, we want to see that the one-stop border post dovetail those new technologies. Otherwise, it's not going to work for us in private sector. Now, just to come back to the core principles, we want to make sure that we all want to have a secure environment that we trade in. We want to make sure that it's measurable, because, I mean, if we don't measure it, it's not going to create an awareness for us. And we all know in private sector, if we don't have an awareness, our attention can't go there and neither our energy. So I think we're very pragmatic in our approach in the supply chain. We know the handover points and we want to measure it. And I think we all know now risk doesn't start, it's not at the border post. Risks start the moment that you know who is in the supply chain, what functions are they conducting in supply chains, and what are they doing and how's the handover points. And then without saying technology, we're now in the fourth industrial revolution and we want to embrace the technology. And that goes together with the automated of the workflows and take the old workflows away. So that's the picture that we have in our mind to say that, yes, we do work nationally with our border posts in terms of the sea and the air. Then we go bilateral with the different borders, our neighboring countries, and then we go regional. We look at the movements from cargo and people separately because it has the same activity as movement, but it have different characteristics. And we need to be taking cognizance of the different characteristics. And then without saying, we go to the harmonized and the simplified and the coordinated approach. Then yes, single window is not standing on its own. It's coming into the smart border because it's a way that we bring in the documentation and the supply chain model. And I think, which I did not say in the beginning, is that the World Customs Organization developed a data model also for all the countries around the world to say that this is the manifest data that's very important, and this is the cargo reporting, and this is the customs declaration. So there's a model, and they are building the interconnectivity, I think, already in SAAFF, and we have 2 colleagues in the call, later on maybe Michael can touch on that they are busy testing on how the connectivity work between South Africa and customs on the cargo side. And then lastly, it's functional and it's adaptable. And above all of that, we as private sector like it because we bring in back the agility, the sustainability and the predictability in the supply chain. And I just have the green blocks there, but I think you can see them. That's ultimately what we want to work in the supply chain. And that's maybe the last one, I think, to say that's our dream for Africa. We want all the data fields to be connected, to speak to each other. We want to know who is in the supply chain. We want to bring the sustainability back. And above all, we're not going to make sure, or we're not working towards that we taking the people away from the border post. I think we want to put a different emphasis on that and work with the government to say that we want more industrialization across the different corridors. And I hope I stimulate your thought a little bit. I think we will have different views as we go along this journey today, because we're all coming from a different platform and we all believe in maybe different technologies in different ways. But I think that's why the Transfer Forum is so important. We can collaborate, we can debate, and we can differ, and we can still love each other. And thank you, Harry. I think from there on, we can hand over back to you. And thank you for sharing this.
Thank you so much, Unita. Yes, thought-provoking presentation, and I think we're going to think a lot after this in terms of how our border post should look. I love the picture of the past going into the future, giving us the holistic view. So thank you very much for that. Yes, we're supposed to have Selim Chiane from Department of Home Affairs to do the next presentation. I don't know, is he online yet? I don't see his name. I'm a bit concerned because I couldn't get hold of him telephonically, and but he did share his presentation. So I do have his presentation, but maybe Lynn, would you then present for us, Lynn Botha, practical lessons learned during December 2020. Lynn, could you perhaps now do your presentation, and then hopefully Celia will join us then.
That's fine. Thanks, Harry. If I leave you to carry on like this, I should have been busy at 8 a.m. already. Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone's fine and having a great day. You'll have to excuse me. Harry and Unita were teaching me how to do share screens and all kinds of things like that. So I'm about to be doing that, and hopefully you won't make a botch up of it all. Harry, are you fine with the screen?
Yes, we're there. Thank you very much.
Okay, cool beans. Now I just need to teach myself how to move it along, hopefully.
Page down.
That one doesn't appear to be working.
Okay, yes, Celia is coming in. I just want to tell him that he will present after you.
It's fine, Harry. I can switch off quick and let the gentleman do his presentation. It's cool.
Let's hear from him. Morning, Celia. Can you hear us? If you can unmute, Celia.
Morning, Harry and other colleagues. I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Celia. Lynn, maybe let's have Celia doing his presentation. Thank you. Celia, are you ready to do your presentation? We're a bit early in our program.
Yes, I am. Let me, am share it?
Yes, you can share your screen for us, your presentation.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Thank you very much. You can see it, Sheila. Thank you. You can go to presentation mode.
Great.
Perfect.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now, good morning again to everyone in this meeting. Where do I show my face just so that people can see the face?
Please show us your face.
Okay. Is this gentleman?
There you go.
That is
Thank
presenting.
you, Sheila. Keep your face on so that we can see you.
Okay. No, it's fine. Do I have 15 minutes?
Yes.
All right. No, thank you so much. Let me get to it right away. So as a Department of Home Affairs, we have gazetted this policy on one-stop border post for public to comment. It was gazetted on the 31st of December, and we are inviting comment until the 28th of Feb this year. Going forward, there are a few processes that we are still gonna undertake. It's to consult with various stakeholders using platforms such as this and many other platforms that are available. We need to submit this policy now back to Cabinet by 31st of March. We think we will be able to do it even earlier than that. And then once Cabinet has approved the policy, then we're going to draft the bill, which we expect to submit to Parliament by March 2024. So you can see it's still a long way. There's still gonna be a lot of engagement with the public on this process. Now, getting back to the meat of the presentation, basically this is the background. I don't think I must spend too much time of it. Just talk to how many ports of entry we have in the country, and at high level, what are the problems that we're dealing with. But the second last bullet, it's important for the meeting to note that it's not for the first time we've gone to Cabinet with this concept of one-stop border post. In 2018, Cabinet actually approved the concept, but advised that we will need to develop a legislation that will guide the establishment and management of one-stop border post. And the big thing that requires a legislation, it's the extraterritorial jurisdiction. That's the issue, because you need to undertake your process in another land, which is not provided for by the current legislation. The problem that we are dealing with, stakeholders in this forum will be quite aware of them. It's basically the congestion, the congestion that we are experiencing. Like, if anything to confirm this challenge with congestion, it's what we experienced during the festive season. The underlying factors for this is multiple stop that need to happen on both sides of the port of entry, over complex and incompatible legislation between us and our neighboring country, high dependence on paper-based system, and limited use of technology. Again, congestion during December proved this. One of the recommendations for the paper is that we should not allow trucks to approach a port of entry unless they've done advanced clearance. This is something that is already practiced, like when we visited Chirundu between Zimbabwe and Zambia. For you to approach Chirundu from the Zimbabwean side, you need to have received your clearance in advance. So it's something that we are also recommending on the paper. So it will be great to get input from stakeholders when you make your submissions on this issue. And if we do more of advanced clearance, we will cut down on congestion in our port. We have outdated infrastructure, hence we are redeveloping the 6 major ports of entry, and we are modernizing them. A lack of accurate and real-time data, weak controls, security and enforcement, fragmented management systems and structures at port of entry, lack of adherence to basic human rights, imposition of non-tariff barriers. In terms of the principles that this policy will need to be in line with is national interest, extraterritorial jurisdiction, reciprocity principle, as well as harmonization of procedures. The point that we make very strongly, it will be wasteful to establish one-stop border post unless you have harmonized the processes, because what we also observe during this time is, even in terms of the vaccines, the South African side vaccines are cheaper. On the other side, Mozambique and Zimbabwe, they're expensive. So what you create then is demand. People will flock into the port of entry. Again, there is congestion because of that. So in terms of different models that we looked at, there are 3 basically that you find in literature. There's a juxtaposed model, there's a strategic model, there's a single country OSPP. A juxtaposed model, basically, officials of South Africa will have to operate on the Zimbabwean side for exit processes. The Mozambican officials will be in South African side to finalize exit processes, basically. If it is strategy, it means the port of entry is sitting right in the borderline. And then if it's a single country, all processes are undertaken in one country. So we are recommending a juxtaposed model. There are reasons for that. I want to believe as stakeholders were able to read the reason for that, but basically it seems to be the option that is safer, and it's supported by most of our neighboring countries, and it's a model that is flexible in case there are challenges. We can revert back to the normal port of entry processes if there's a problem. We do state, however, that while we are stating this as a preferred model, in some other circumstances like geopolitical or funding pressures may require that we use other models, but generally we are recommending this model as the juxtaposed for South Africa, basically. The next point that I would want to bring to your attention is what really is the reason why cabinet said we need a policy is basically in this area around extraterritorial jurisdiction of OSPPs. Without this jurisdiction, there cannot be a common control zone where officials of both countries apply their respective legislation. There are a few elements that we want to highlight, and if stakeholders can also help us in refining these elements. Like the first point is, first element is enabling legislation. There are two, legal instruments, there are two instruments here broadly, generally, even in other countries. There will be an act and then there will be a bilateral agreement where then you detail all the processes and the systems that you need to be in place. And then the next element is establishment of a common control zone. It's a key element that you don't have currently in our ports of entry because they are divided. Then the establishment of an exclusive use zone is a facility or a geographic area that is reserved for officials of a country, is not shared. Then the next issue is the border law enforcement legislation. What we mean here, we're talking about immigration, customs, port health, those kinds of legislation. Those legislation, that jurisdiction remain with the country that is responsible for that control, even in that foreign country. Where there's a difference is where you applying criminal law. What we're saying here clearly is international law is very clear on this one. If the crime is committed in Mozambique, even if the immigration processes have not been finalized from the South African side, meaning that person has not been officially handed over to that country, that crime is committed in that foreign country and it will be prosecuted according to their law. The only difference between the border law enforcement legislation, the country that is responsible for that control, it's responsible for any offense that is committed there. But if it's criminal, the territory, the country in which the crime was committed, that country is responsible. The next pillar deals with simplification and harmonization of procedures. It's the point that I was relating to earlier on. Basically, when you arrive at a port of entry now, you'll meet the port health officials of the host country. If you're living in South Africa, there won't be anything on the South African side. But as you arrive in Mozambique, you'll meet the port health officials. Already here, you've cut the duplication. Under normal circumstances, you will have met one, you would have been cleared by Port Health in South Africa and then cleared by Port Health Mozambique. Again, with security checks, again, you cut out this duplication of two security checks. It's done once by host countries. Then the exit controls by the country that you are departing, like they then you undertaken once the country that you are exiting has finalized the process. You are handed over to for immigration controls of the country that is hosting, and then it's customs, and then the person leaves the OSPP area. This basically, Harry, I can continue with the issues of ICT and data exchange. This is broadly, whichever model you go for, you will definitely need to attend to issues of technology and how are you going to share information in a secure manner on persons, goods, and vehicles. The issue about infrastructure, as I was saying, we have started the process of redeveloping the 6 major ports of entry, land ports of entry. and this infrastructure is very key to this. And then this is just details that repeating basically that there will be legislation. These are key issues that will be covered on the legislation. And then the last part is, like as I was saying, there is a PPP that need to be implemented on those 6 ports. Here we're talking about Koopfontein, we're talking about Maseru, Lubombo, Bait Bridge. It's with all our neighboring countries except Namibia at this point. So, Chair, that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sile. Ladies, we've got a little bit time. Are there any questions perhaps you want to pose to UNITA this far? You're welcome to go to the participants box and you can raise your hand so that I can recognize you. Let's allow a few questions. Alex, you're
Maybe
welcome.
Harry, if I can make a comment, can you maybe stop sharing the screen, then we can see the participants.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alex, you're welcome to ask your question.
Thank you, Harry. I think just from my side, in terms of the document to provide comments, it says that the tender process will follow. I just want to understand, is there a new process for calling tenders to implement the one-stop border post, or will it continue on the previous process where pre-qualification took place, I think, in 2018? That's the one question. And the second one is, you cannot implement a one-stop border post on your own. Are there already bilateral agreements between South Africa and Mozambique, for instance, which is of importance to us, that will allow the implementation of the one-stop border post, or must that still take place because that can delay the whole process?
Thank you, Alec. You can answer the question, Cecilia.
The document part, I didn't get that one. Can Alec repeat that one?
Sorry, the first question I asked was, there was a pre-qualification process followed in 2018 for the implementation of one-stop border post. But in the document that's out for discussion at the moment, mention is made of a tender process that will still take place. I just wanted to know, is there a new process for pre-qualification of concessionaires to implement one-stop border posts? Is there a new process that will take place? Or will the process that started in 2018 continue with those that pre-qualified in 2018? That is the one question. And the other question is, are there bilateral agreements about the implementation of one-stop border post with the neighboring countries? Because if not, how long will it take, and will that not delay the implementation of the project?
Thank you, Alec. Cecile?
Yeah. Right. Let me start with the second question. The bilateral agreements, the draft bilateral agreements, we've been, for the past 2 years now, we've been engaging with our neighboring countries. Basically, what we have in place with technical teams that have been established by South Africa and neighboring countries. So we were quite advanced until we were hit by the pandemic. But there is a team that is putting in place the agreements. And look, in terms of the agreements, the issues that need to be agreed upon, they are just technical issues, aligning processes, agreeing in terms of the location of the OSPP, agreeing in terms of those issues that I was mentioning, the application of your border law enforcement legislation, application of the criminal law in those countries. So we haven't hit any snack on it. It was looking good until we were stopped by the pandemic, but it's something that it's well within our control. And the advantage is all neighboring countries that are part of this process, they want this OSPP in place. So it's not a challenge. With regard to the pre-qualification process that started, I don't want to comment a lot here because it's the financial team that is working on this. But what I can do, I will engage with the task team that is dealing with this, and then I can send the reply to Harry, then Harry can share with the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sile. Let's give Louise Widget opportunity.
Thank you very much, Harry, and Shirley, thank you very much for the update. I think my question is really that this has been a very stop-start process, and we know that these kind of things take very long. Is it not maybe the right time to stop and, if I can say, take a breather and look at where the world has moved to and re-engineer the proposals and everything based on that? Because having a look at the existing document that's out for comment, it seems to be very much, if I can put it politely, kind of the old school thinking, and a lot has changed in between, and especially technology is also leapfrogged quite a lot. So maybe just your comment, is there room to start that process and have engagement with the department around that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise. Celia, you can answer the question.
Great. No, Louise, the advantage of consulting is exactly that. So you're well within your right to send us your comments. If you can send us your comments on those things, because public consultation is not for the sake of doing public consultation, it's to enrich the document. So your comment on this one, if you can submit as to the email that is provided on the document, it will really assist. Thanks.
And Gisile,
sorry, before you move, Harry, the point that you're raising around technology, in fact, there's something that's, I don't know if it's ended up getting to the document that you wanted to say, the future is having non-stop border posts, basically. Once you've cleared, if you read our document, there is a single window facility that we're talking about. That is where basically you need to be cleared. When you go through the port of entry, the future, basically, because I think that is in line with your thinking right now, is non-stop. Basically, you are cleared, you use e-gate, basically. Home Affairs is already at an advanced stage conceptually with the issues of e-gate, but it's really something that it will be helpful if you make a substantial submission on. Thanks, sir.
thank you, Celia. Liesel Venters, he's a journalist doing a write-up for us of this event as well. Thank you, Liesel, for your good work in helping us.
Thanks, Harry. Can you hear me? Because I always have technology issues because I'm stupid.
Yes.
My question is much like Louise's. If I read correctly, Sihle, you said that this will only be promulgated into law by 2024. So we've got a long way still to go before it becomes law. And what are the contingency plans to kind of keep up with the fast-moving pace of the private sector? And then the second thing that I would like to know is why the decision to not split cargo and people in this approach? because it is one of the biggest issues at our border posts is these huge, long queues of trucks. The facilities aren't there for the drivers. It's just an unhealthy situation all around. And in that, you have all the ensuing chaos that exists. Thank you. That was me done.
Can I respond, Harry?
Harry is muted, Silly. I think you can respond. I will just help out, Harry, but I think we listen to you.
Apologies.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. We do want to split the cargo and people. If it doesn't come out clearly on the document, we will definitely revise that. We even have on the document, I think it should be there, fast-tracked clients, those who have been cleared already. That's also, it's a concept that we envisage there. Contingency plans, basically, the improvement of the facility, it's really not going to wait for the legislation to be promulgated. We need legislation more for application of the extraterritorial jurisdiction. So in terms of the infrastructure, that project is not going to wait for the legislation. A special cabinet has already approved the OSBP framework, but in approving that, they then said, go and develop a policy or a legislation so that you'll be able to implement this concept.
Maybe, Thierry, if I can come in here, Harry, I think there's many comments on that. So maybe if we can just, because I mean, it's great that we can have you in this platform, and we don't always as private sector have the opportunity to engage with government on these collaborative platforms. So I think the one question was that they were asking correctly with Liesel and Louise, can we apply new technology? And when we look at the one-stop border post, it's maybe an old technology or an old concept that we bring into play now with the new vision of smart borders. So I think if I understand it from your point of view, we need to comment on the document that's out for public comment. I think maybe if I just can ask you on that, and maybe we're very open in these forums from a private sector point of view, we do comment, but we don't want to fall into the old habits of just comment and then government doesn't read and listen to private sector. So how can we find the way that when we comment, it is a debate and we find a solution? Because I think we connect with other world parts and we connected to the WCO. So what would be your suggestion from a practical point of view for us as private sector in we don't just want to comment, because we put a lot of effort and work in it, and then we don't maybe know if somebody is reading and pay attention to it. So just before I give it to Charles to get the question, so maybe if we can give you get your comment on that, and then we can ask Charles to raise his last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Unita.
That is very progressive in terms of what you are proposing. So can I recommend something which I think will be very helpful to this platform or stakeholders? Maybe we can, and then what I'm able to do, if you as stakeholders put together a position paper or a response paper, whatever you'll call it, to this draft OSBP, and you submit, what we can then do is we can schedule a meeting, and in that meeting, I will try and organize it such that we have the minister in the meeting, we have Director General in the meeting, and we have the acting commissioner for PMA in the meeting. And I think that will enable a very good conversation. We've done such a thing with other stakeholders in the past. This is one stakeholder that we cannot ignore, because the improvements that we are doing, if you read the document, it's meant to benefit these stakeholders. If we develop something that is still not gonna make your life easier, then it means it will mean we are really wasting time and resources. So I really suggest that, Harry, that what we need to do is let's put together a document that is responding to this. Fortunately, we still have enough time. We can schedule we can take it offline, Harry, to discuss the timelines. But the bottom line is, by September, you want to be done with all consultation because you want to put together the document. That will be my response to what Juanita was raising.
Yes, Julie, if I just can come in here, I think you can't because you answered, so you probably don't see all the comments and the reactions. But I think before we started, we said maybe we will have lunch pancake, but I think they all salute you now for a bottle of champagne. So I think we will definitely take up that. I just see all the hands going up. So I think definitely, I don't know if we can send it a little bit further and say, can we maybe invite in the Department of Trade and Industry and maybe Customs as well? Because I think we really work in collaboration. It needs to be a collaborative approach. Maybe it's a bit too much to push the envelope, but it's just something maybe for you to consider. So I think, thank you very much. And you've got a lot of accolades, so we will remember your name and surname. So Harry, maybe there's the last question for Charles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well said. Silly, very exciting what you're saying, and we're definitely looking forward to this. And thank you for Anita and SAAFF for taking the lead in this. We really appreciate it. It's going to be a very interesting process and to the benefit, obviously, to South Africa and the neighboring countries in the world. So thank you. Let's see Charles Davis up as well. Charles, do you want to ask you a question?
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, my question is to both Cecilia and Unita. I don't know who wants to tackle it, but in terms of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and I must confess that I haven't studied it in any detail. Does this take into account pan-regional or pan-African one-stop border posts? And if so, is that not going to sort of supersede the bilateral trade agreements that we're busy negotiating with our neighbors? I'm just kind of worrying about, I'm concerned about duplicating processes and procedures that may already be incorporated in the Africa Free Trade Agreement.
If you want me to go first, maybe it's up to, he can go first, I will go second, it's fine.
There's no conflict at all, Charles. It's well in line. Like whatever you do, you still need to improve your processes, the systems. You need to modernize. So it will definitely support the African Free Trade Agreement. It's definitely not. In fact, one-stop border post is one of the concepts that is. I think it's even on the at an AU level, it's supported, but I think even on the free trade, it's also covered there. Thank you.
Maybe Charles, if I can just support we know the Africa Free Trade Agreement was coming into play the 1st of January. So I think the legal framework is created as Ambassador Karim was saying to us last week, but I think it's a journey now to walk. So the policy in terms of trade and services is not yet defined. I think it's been pushed forward to phase 2. We find more our guidance in the WTO FTA, because there they talk about single window and each country was doing the ratification on single window and coordinated border management with the authorized economic operator guidance. So that's why, to pushing the envelope a bit too much, I was suggesting that we maybe need to have then a collective approach from private sector and the Department of Home Affairs together with SAAFF and the Department of Trade and Industry, because they look at the trade agreements and customs is very much in the WCO space. So I think if we from a private sector in South Africa can contribute, we need to dialogue with those three departments together. And then maybe we can do the best alignment. But you are quite right, they do speak specific subjects to this single window and what's the border post. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita. Louise, can we do a short one, or do you want to wait for the next panel discussion?
We can do a very short one. I think, Harry, what is a very, very critically important point is what Janita raised, is that we need to all work on this together. So there should be broad industry representation, there should be all the government departments that's involved, Home Affairs, and I think Trade and Industry is very important, because only if we work together collectively and actually talk to each other and make sure that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, can this be a success. So Shirley, you've got a very big task at hand, but this is our one chance. And Charles, to answer your question, if we get it right, Africa Free Trade will then just become part and parcel of it. But we have to talk to each other. It is imperative. So thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Very well said. Ladies and gents, we're going to have a panel discussion just now, again, around about 12:30. We asked, well, Mike Fitzmaurice asked us if we can swap him and Lynn Botha. So, Lynn, we can have you now to do the presentation on practical lessons learned during December 2020. This is a very important presentation. So, Lynn, if you can share with us those practical lessons.
Thanks very much, Harry. I'm going to try my tremendous technological capabilities now. Just give me a sec. Thank you.
Sorry, Harry?
Yes, hi.
Yeah, my apologies. I would have to leave because I have another back-to-back meetings still on this policy with other stakeholders.
Thank you, Celia. We really appreciate your inputs today, and we're looking forward to engaging with you in future. Thank you very much.
You've made us all really excited, Cecily. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, guys. So is everything fine from your side, Harry?
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, cool. Oh, sorry, I'm not really a mouse person, but my laptop died on me this week. So I'm using someone else's laptop. So please be patient, guys. It's very nice to see so many of people available. Thanks very much, Harry. I've got a few key points that I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Most of all, as everybody knows, I'm very keen on my drivers. So the first point would be the health and safety of our drivers. The second one is also what Cecily was speaking about, thank goodness, public and private partnership and being able to join together with our local port management committees at the various border posts. Next point will be trade facilitation, the impact of COVID-19 and how it's affected our land border posts, especially infrastructure deficiencies, and the one-stop border post concept that Cecily was talking about a short while ago. As far as the drivers are concerned, we had huge problems there. We had no sanitation, no hygiene, no toilet facilities even. And I mean, our queues were stretching between places like Lebombo and Beitbridge, were stretching for tens of kilometers all the way into Messina from the Beitbridge side, which is about 17 kilometers, with no places for the drivers to go to the toilet, no places to wash their hands, no ablution facilities of any manner. And we had discussions with the local port authorities, and we tried to enlist the help of several of the municipal managers and so on. But the drivers, we've made drivers so aware of COVID standards since March of 2020, because without doing so, we wouldn't have been allowed to get them back on the road during the hard lockdown. So we've made them so aware of what they need to be doing to avoid COVID. And then when they reach a land border post, what we're doing is saying, okay, throw all of that out the window, because we can't supply you with sanitation. We can't supply you with even water, no ablutions, nothing. And I'm not sure how many people have ever visited Messina, especially in the summer, and December is right in the middle of that. We're based at a river valley with the Limpopo River. So the temperatures reach extremes there. I mean, sometimes between 36 and 46 degrees. So you have your poor driver sitting in his truck for all of those hours and all of those days. At one stage, we were running about 7 days from town to make it through to the border post. So those types of things are totally unacceptable. And it's not just the drivers, because it's like people have been saying, what happened was we, on the 1st of December, decided to mix passengers and drivers all together just before Christmas. So it was an absolute nightmare. And we had several instances of heat exhaustion and so on. And I'm not sure whether people know much. I know I'm just dilly-dallying here a bit, but heat exhaustion is not something to be looked at lightly. You can actually end up with kidney failure if you get it bad enough. And unfortunately, as most people know, we did lose one driver. No one's really sure what he passed away from, but I mean, heat exhaustion would be something that we could do. Also, the safety. I mean, our guys are along 15 kilometers of bush road, and Bike Bridge and most land border posts are known for having their criminal elements, because they know that drivers are easy prey. Most drivers carry money to cross through all border posts. Every driver worth his salt has at least one cell phone. And they've got all of their goods, their stuff that they're taking home if they're northbound, and also all of their clothing, their bedding, everything. So these guys are easy prey. You just smash a window, grab all of the driver's stuff, and you've got his money and a phone, and you're off and running, and nobody's going to stop you because you just disappear into the bush. And unfortunately, a lot of these guys are armed and seriously dangerous. So we really needed the help of SANDF and SAAFF, and also the traffic department. Towards the latter stages of December, we were really lucky to have a fantastic company of SANDF guys available. And they did a marvelous job of keeping the sides of the roads clear of all of these gomos, as people call them, well, the criminal element that are cross-border folks. No one's really sure which side of the border they come from. But they did an awesome job. But as far as traffic control goes, they stopped working at 6 o'clock and all went back to Toyando. So when you leave a queue of 2 to 3, even 500 trucks and cars alone, one person just decides, no, I'm going to move to the front and overtake everybody. And then it's like a mass procession, everyone just trying to get to the gate first. And when you arrive in the morning, if you can even get there, the whole gate is blocked with everybody. We also had no emergency lane kept open at all. So there was no ability to get medical help to anybody or anything like that. I have to just say thanks to SAAFF head office. We were able to get some bottled water distribution during that period, but unfortunately not enough. And it's sad that the drivers don't have enough water and so on. They make these plans, but nobody plans for 7 days at a border post. The next thing I'd like to chat a little bit about is the public-private partnerships. I mean, these are essential things that we require at every land border post. Clearing agents and transporters who are based at land border posts have, most of them, been doing that for a fair time. We're the guys who don't want the supply chain to stop. We're the guys who care about the amount of money that it costs to stay in one place. We're the guys who know about logistics. So it stands to reason that surely we should be consulted in the processes and the planning for things that are going to be happening at the border posts where we're based. And we do have in my opinion, quite a lot of insight as to the risk management that SARS requires, and also the things that Department of Home Affairs and SAPS require. So we're not saying, let us have free rein. We're saying, take us into a partnership. Let us be a part of the planning. Let us be a part of the process. We found that in the meetings that we had, as I mentioned slightly beforehand, we did ask the municipality to make itself available. They did, to be honest, offer the showgrounds up for private people to be pulled off into there. But that was about the limit of what they offered. And I think going forward, we need to ensure that at land border posts, municipalities become key role players in trying to avoid the traffic congestion, and if there is any, to at least play some part in alleviating it, supplying portable toilets and ablutions and so on. And we did really find that the Department of Transport was not as committed as we hoped they'd be in trying to relieve the problems that we had. We were having discussions with CBRTA, who were very helpful, but not very involved. I hope I'm not offending anybody with my comments here, but we just found that we felt that they had not as much commitment and not as much involvement and intervention as we were hoping for. The next slide just talks a little bit about the trade facilitation and what actually happened during this period. I mean, the supply chain is essential. We all know that no one has the economic wherewithal anymore to keep warehouses full with spares and parts and so on. Most companies these days are working on a just-in-time basis. So if you're planning your just-in-time, especially if you're in the mines or something like that, you're planning your stores, and you're not planning for a 7 or 8 or 9 day delay at any border post. So we totally messed with the supply chain and the just-in-time guys that were depending on us. And we can't have that happen again, because this has such huge economic impact, not just to this country, but to our neighbors and to the region as a whole. We, at places like Beitbridge and at Lebombo, we are really, really desperate, and we are so reliant on our communication with the neighboring countries. I believe that the communication maybe with Mozambique is a lot simpler than it is with Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe's border post is going through changes. I'm not sure whether everybody has had a chance to have a look at what the Zimbabwean border post will look like soon. They're hoping for it to be finished in about a year's time. But it's currently under construction, so their parking area and their facilities are really hampered. And I mean, there's a lot of bottlenecks through there. We also really need that for our communication to be at head office level. We're really blessed that some of the other government agencies based at border posts. We have a great relationship with them, and we were able to talk to head office decision makers. But unfortunately, it doesn't apply across the board. We don't have the ability to speak to everyone who we needed to. We also found that when we had fantastic decisions from the higher up people that we had spoken to, that for some reason it never filtered down to the ground staff that were the guys that we dealt with and that the transporters and the truckers and drivers dealt with. So we had that issue. That's what we'd like to stop happening in the future. We also wanted to say that government agencies, places like Department of Health, Department of Agriculture, those people that are not totally included in the facilitation of trade, we'd like to get them on board with what we need as trade for our supply chain to work. We can't have them as the rocks that we trip up over in our border post. We need them to be there and to understand trade facilitation and what a small mistake from each of those departments can cause. We also found that we didn't have enough extra staff. And in this instance, I have to say that Department of Health was really a huge stumbling block initially, and I believe one of the major causes of this huge breakdown in December. I think also as clearing agents, we can probably take some responsibility as well, because it was fairly tough getting people to work for a start. With all of the border closures, we couldn't even reach our offices half the time before about 3 hours. It took us about 3 hours from town. But extra staff really needs to be available, especially for government agencies. We've got our dear friends at Department of Agriculture who are very, very inflexible with the management of their regulations during this unforeseen circumstance. And I believe that we need to be able to approach them to preclude bottlenecks that are caused by certain regulations. We had extenuating circumstances. We don't ask for this to happen all the time. But when you have an emergency, you require somebody's assistance with that, and you require somebody to be slightly flexible. We also had a little bit of problem with the Department of Home Affairs, had some IT issues, and unfortunately their service provider comes from a little bit of a distance, so that was one of the things. We were really blessed to have SARS management implement a lot of contingencies within the port that cleared a lot of the processes, but unfortunately that didn't happen on the Zim side. In terms of COVID, it's something that's really close to SAAFF. We really believe that we need uniform standards of testing for this region, and especially if we're moving on to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We can't have different rules at different places, because currently we've got 2 sets of testing. We've got the PCR, and as I say here, it's 72 hours valid only, and it takes up to 24 hours for results. These testing facilities are not available everywhere. We've got the antigen test, which is quite awesome because it's quick, it's fast, and for some reason, people are saying it has a validity of 30 days. So why would you pick the PCR as the gold standard when it takes so long to get a result and it's valid for so few days? So we're trying to get people to understand and trying to get the region and the health departments together to just see if we can't go with one standardized and hopefully antigen testing. We also found that there were a lack of contingency plans, especially as far as COVID was going. A lot of the officers at border posts have positive officials and staff members. There is no on-site fumigation. PWD is not available to do the fumigation. They have certain service providers, And by their very nature, border posts are at the very edge of the country. So to get your service provider there, you need to give at least 2 to 3 hours usually. And then only after that fumigation starts. And in some cases, it took up to days for people to even get the service providers there, let alone how long it took for the fumigation. With the transporters, we've got guidelines to follow for the actual COVID testing and for the sanitation and how things work within their environs. But the problem that we also are having, though, is that there are no quarantine or isolation areas at any land border post. So if your driver tests positive, most of the time the poor guy is just stuck in his truck until transporters either send someone to fetch him or he finds a way to move. And this is a problem for us because he should be in isolation right from the time he's discovered to be positive. So we need to ask government departments to have a look at putting up even temporary quarantine and isolation places at border posts. And we just found also that there was a total lack of COVID awareness amongst most of the stakeholders. When these queues form, when they join immigration queues, when they were queuing up to get tested, it was like everybody's knowledge of COVID just flew out the window. We were queuing without masks. They were queuing in huge big bunches. Social distancing didn't exist. So those are the kind of things we really need to look at, because I don't believe that, unfortunately, the pandemic's going anywhere right now. Harry, am I taking up too much time, or I've only got about 2 more slides to go? Are we still okay?
Then you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, as far as we're concerned, border infrastructure has to change. The border post infrastructure at most border posts was developed probably about 20 odd years ago by some consultants sitting in an office, playing around with a computer program, deciding that the computer said 2 trucks could turn in this kind of lane and so on. So we desperately need new upgrades to border infrastructure, and it was fantastic to hear Sishle also agree with that. But we also need better entries into our border posts. We've got to have lanes. We've got to have lanes that have bolsters in the middle so that drivers can't just cross over or be in between lanes. And now I just want to have a quick chat about something that I really would love to see. When I'm not sure how many people have visited Europe, but a lot of Europe's highways actually have walls and fencing along the sides. And I believe with a lot of the things that are happening with transporters and drivers and the criminal element in a lot of the countries that plague these corridors and these routes, it would be wonderful. I know it's a dream and that the money is not there anywhere, but to have these corridors and highways for the safety of the drivers and the passengers moving between these areas, to be able to have some kind of safety measure, because what it also does is it gives you the option to have various staging areas. It gives you the option to have exits and entrances, like off ramps that are easy to monitor. The risk factor is down and so on. The one-stop border post was talked about a lot by Sishle, and like I say, we're overjoyed at the fact that he's prepared to move forward with what's been happening in the world of customs and all of the new technology that has taken place. So I'm just going to basically skip through here, but the one-stop border post concept as it stands currently is not on our agenda for a great thing to work. Anyway, in conclusion, I just wanted to say that, you know, we had a lot of issues. Lives were lost. And that for us was the saddest thing. We had the supply chain that was totally disrupted. We had delays that cost billions. I mean, Mike will probably tell you about what the costs are like. We had Mike Schussler just do a little bit of work for us on the costing. And I think everyone's hair would fall out if they found out what kind of cost that is. We had loss of business, not just to transporters, but to agents too. And most of all, we had a humanitarian crisis. And I'd just like to say that my ending phrase is those who had the ability to make changes disregarded the pleas of the drivers and the local community who were unable to assist without intervention. We really felt that our hands were tied and we saw what was happening and we had so little ability to change it. Thanks very much, guys. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Lynn. This is exciting. Learning from you, and this is now where the techie eats the tar, as they say. So we really appreciate that, and I'm sure the audience is looking forward to engage with you in the panel discussion in a few minutes. Thank you very much for
Terry.
questions. Guys, let's take a 10 minutes break. I'll put up a timer on the screen. Then we will start again in 10 minutes time. Go and grab a cup of coffee quickly. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, but dangerous. Hey. Yeah, or a billion. No. The same levels, same
There we go. Welcome everybody to a very nice and good and fruitful session. We're looking forward to spending some time with you for the rest of the session. All right, so let me just get our program up for us. Here we go. So we're still talking about the way forward for border posts and how they should look. And we're proudly hosted by South African Association of Freight Forwarders. And our next presenter then is Mr. Mike Fitzmaurice. He's the Executive Director at SAAFF. He's going to talk to us about border posts in Africa. Thank you very much, Mike.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Mike.
It's Mike. How are you? Well, thank you for having me, and I hope I can get this presentation up and right. I shall try and share it now.
Thank you.
Is it not coming up?
Not yet.
I've said share, but I don't know why it's not coming up.
No, it's a share, the green share screen at the bottom of your Zoom window.
Okay, there we go. Can we see it now?
Almost. There we go.
Let me just get it. Let me just get it into
presentation mode. If you can switch on your own video, Mike, is it possible?
Just hold on. I'll just try and see what I can get. I'm not getting to this. Okay, is that better?
Yes, excellent. You can switch on your video.
My video is not working. I apologize.
That's fine.
It's an older laptop and the camera is not working.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. I'm going to talk about the way forward for border posts and how they should look. But I first want to have a look at what the current challenges are around the border post, so that you understand what we're dealing with before we look at the possible solutions. Okay, that's just the team at SAAFF. If you don't know us, I'm myself, Executive Director, Harold Reed, Chairman, and Nick Perret. He's a transport policy consultant that consults to SAAFF on the TTFP, which is the SADC transit program. Okay, I'm going to have a look now at the current cross-border challenges that we are facing, and starting with border procedures and processes. These are some of the main issues that we face that are delaying trucks at the border posts. There are non-standard procedures between the countries. And if I can say, one of the examples would be at Chirundu. On the Zambian side, we have a fast track lane, and on the Zimbabwe side, we don't. So while you can have trucks clearing on the Zambian side in the fast track for about an hour and a half, they're spending 14 to 15 hours in a queue on the Zimbabwe side, so it negates the whole process. Ideally, you want to have fast track on both sides, but unfortunately, infrastructure doesn't always permit that. There's no sharing of information between border posts and stakeholders, between the stakeholders and the opposing country authorities. So that makes it very difficult when you want to clear goods and there are other parties involved, like Bureau of Standards or agriculture or port health, and they're not informed of what loads are coming through and what they are responsible for. So we get disjointed inspections where they're not combined with one under one inspection, but there are several inspections taking place by different authorities. The other issue is that process flows, the process or the procedures of the border post don't match the traffic flows. Again, this is a typical example at Bite Bridge and also at Chirundu, where there's a number of processes within the border post that don't necessarily follow the procedure or the document flow. And the border posts have no coordinative authority. So there's no one to manage traffic flows, processes, procedures, and it's just normally chaos in a border post, as most people who are in the transport industry will know that. The other issues on communication and electronic information transfer, information sharing and transfer of information is very erratic. There's still excessive paperwork, and there's no monitoring of corruption at border posts. So these are things that interfere with the smooth movement of traffic and crossing of trucks into the opposing countries and exiting the border posts. Policing is arbitrary, it's irregular, and it's biased towards locals. And it's also unregulated. There's no system backup, so there's no follow-up on what has been done, and as a result, it's normally resulting in corruption and backhand has been taking place. The weighing systems along the corridors are cumbersome, they're slow, and again, they are corrupt. There's no systematic records kept. There's no using of modern technology. As a result, there's huge delays at the weigh bridges. Infrastructure, which is probably one of the biggest issues at border posts. Most of our border posts are badly outdated, archaic in design, and are not conducive to the traffic volumes that we currently see going through the border posts. And the only one-stop border post we have in Southern Africa, which is Chirundu, is not working, and that I'll come to shortly. Then your cross-border charges, permits, levies, taxes, and fees. They're excessive, a lot of them are unnecessary, and they're a hindrance to regional trade. Whereas in East Africa, they have seemed to overcome this to a large extent, and things work better in terms of charges and unified systems and tariffs. The cross-border permit system is something that needs to be scrapped because it does not serve a purpose. It's just a revenue collection tool. And there are a lot of other unnecessary taxes and charges that people have to pay at the border post, and you'll see that shortly. I'm going to have a look at just a trip from South Africa right through to the DRC, what the transporter is actually paying. And I've just listed, I'm not going to go through each item, but these are the possible charges that you can face when crossing the border post. So if you look at South Africa, you're looking at this all in US dollars. When you start your journey in Durban, by the time you exit, you've probably cost you $570. The procedures through Zimbabwe can cost you around about $878. Through Zambia, another $838. And then when we get to DRC, $1,750. So you can see that your cross-border charges make up more than 50% of what the transporter gets paid for doing the trip. Around about $4,000, which is 60,000 Rand, is in cross-border charges. And the transporter for a trip that distance is earning about $7,500. So he's making about $3,500 profit. So if anything goes wrong and he's delayed at the border and he spends 4 or 5 days in a queue, that $3,500 is out the window. Then I'm going to take a look at why Chirundu has failed. It was initially the icon of Africa when it was opened or implemented in 2009. It was going to make a huge change to trade facilitation. It was going to cut down border post times. Unfortunately, that was very short-lived. And why? Firstly, there's a high turnover of staff in customs. People are transferred from one border post to another, and Chirundu being the only border post that's one stop in the region, if there's no capacity building, the officers that are transferred to the border post do not have any experience in cross-border or one-stop border post operations. This has resulted over 10 years now that we have now completely untrained staff at the OSBP in terms of the OSB procedures, and there's no capacity building. The infrastructure of the two-stop design, infrastructure at Chirundu is a two-stop design, which was never upgraded to match the OSBP systems. So we have, instead of a truck arriving on the Zimbabwe side, arriving in Zimbabwe on the Zimbabwe side and driving straight across to the Zambian side, it has to go through the Zimbabwe border post before it can cross over onto the Zambian side. So that process flow does not match, or that traffic flow does not match the process flows. The Asakuda world custom systems are not linked or interfaced, so there's no sharing of information between stakeholders and opposing country authorities. And Zambia has a fast track or green lane, but Zimbabwe doesn't. I already mentioned that earlier. And just to give you an idea of what an unorganized border post looks like, that's Beitbridge before we started with the new development or build up to upgrade the border post. And if you have a look at the way the trucks are arranged in that border post, there's no uniformity, there's just trucks all over the place. Doesn't need to be any pattern or smooth flow of vehicles at all. So how do we fix this? And a lot of people are not going to like what I'm going to have to say, but please bear in mind that my experience is not necessarily a technology experience. It's a hands-on, on the ground experience from 15 years of doing what I do, and worked at over 50 border posts in Southern and East Africa, and driven through all the 14 corridors in Southern East Africa. So it's a hands-on ground experience that I've acquired over the 15 or 20 years I've been doing this. So I'm not totally au fait with a technology like UNITA is, but I have had some experience with what the changes have taken place in East Africa. So what do we need to do? We need to have total commitment and cooperation between heads of states in Southern Africa, in the entire region, which we don't have at the moment. And I'm not going to say that an OSBP is what we shouldn't be doing, or a joint border post or smart border post systems, but we need to have a rapid implementation of whatever's going to work for us in this region. Because if we don't do something, we're not going to move forward. And probably the biggest stop or hindrance to the smooth flow of traffic in border posts is the infrastructure. The border posts are archaic in design, as I said. Most border posts in the region have a single lane entry and a single lane exit, which means that both truck, bus, passenger traffic all uses the same lane to enter and then exit the border post. So any bottlenecks over and above what we had, like we had in December in Beitbridge, when we had testing and verification of COVID certificates at the foot and mouth to the entrance of the border, you are going to create a huger problem that you already have. So we need to make sure that infrastructure is upgraded in line with technology that we are going to introduce, whether it be smart border post systems. Going to do, because none of that will work if the infrastructure can't accommodate the truck volumes. Along the corridors, we need to reduce the number of weighbridge stations and the police checkpoints along the corridors. Some of the countries, like in Zambia, between I think it's Livingston and Chosimbalesa, there's something like 18 police checkpoints, and there's 4 weighbridges, all doing the same thing over and over and over again. We need to do away with the cross-border permit system, as it does not add any value to cross-border trade. We need to have a single insurance, whether it be the yellow card, which COMESA has, or whatever we do, it must be one insurance for the entire region, which can be purchased in the country of origin, where the transporter operates from. We need one cross-border charge or road user charge applicable to all member states, or a unified tolling system across the region. In Zambia, we have double tolling. You are charged a road user charge as you enter the country to the point of exit, and then you must pay road tolls at every tolling station along the road. So this is not conducive to trade facilitation. We need a single customs territory or something or regime that will allow us to operate a system throughout the region that is where all revenue authorities can have access to information. And I know Lynn won't like this one. We need a regional bond to replace the national transit bond system if we want green lane traffic through the border posts. We also need to do away with cargo sealing individually in each country. At the moment, we have Zimbabwe doing cargo sealing, Gambia pilot sealing, DRC doing cargo sealing. So at every border post, you have to have a sealer fitted and armed. And when you get to the exit point, it has to be disarmed and removed. And again, when you enter the new country, another seal is armed and fitted and replaced when it exits that country. It's far better to have a single seal, which will be placed at origin and removed at destination. And then again, we need to implement, or the customs authorities need to implement the AEO, or Authorized Economic System for Compliant Transporters and Operators. It's green lane passage through the border posts. Those are the basic things that I have dealt with in the region and what I see. I know it might not concur with what Unita is saying or what Lynn might say, but I've seen this and it works in East Africa, and there's no reason why it can't work in Southern Africa. Okay, what should a border post look like? That's the new border post design of Bike Bridge, an aerial view, which has been drawn up on a 3D schematic. As you can see to the left, there's a roundabout on entry where it splits into 3 different lanes. The extreme left lane is for trucks, the middle lane is for bus traffic, and the right-hand lane is for passenger traffic and pedestrian movement. And this is what we have to do. We have to separate these different categories of traffic flows from each other. Otherwise, you're going to have total chaos. And again, you must have different exit points. We have a terminal for passengers and pedestrians, which is customs and immigration. We have a terminal for bus traffic and a terminal for commercial traffic, which includes the Malumis, which is the taxis with the traders that are taking goods across the border. So we need to keep traffic flows separate from one another. And just another view of that. That will be coming from the South African side into Zimbabwe. That's what it'll look like. So that's what we need to do with infrastructure. We need to create infrastructure that will work with technology. That's all I have to say.
Mike, very interesting indeed, and thank you very much. Very interesting graphical presentation. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us, and I'm sure they're going to looking forward to engage with you in a questions and answers session. So thank you very much for sharing with us.
No problem.
So I'm just trying to get the technology going here. Okay, so our next presenter then is Mr. Lucky Molefe. Now, ladies and gents, I must tell you that he only heard yesterday that he is going to do this presentation. So we said to Lucky, come and talk to us from the heart. We understand that you do not have time. You're not going to have time to prepare slides and so on. But we know that he's an expert in what he does. So Lucky, thank you very much for agreeing in such a short notice. He's going to talk to us about the ideal border post. Thank you, Lucky. Looking forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's nice to see a lot of colleagues. Am I visible?
Yes, you are.
All right. Thank you, Harry. And you've made the apology already, so I don't have to make that. I think what I'm going to try and do, colleagues, is to talk to you about a few things, a few thoughts. And I think I like what Mike said just now, that I think in forums like these, we don't necessarily have to all agree on the same thing. But I think the more opinions and views and prospects you have, the better solution that you come up with, as opposed to everybody agreeing. So maybe there's a few things also that I'm going to say that you might not agree with, that you'll agree with. I think it's good that we have a discussion, and that's why I decided to accept the invitation. But also what I'm going to try and do is that I have about 2 slides that I sort of got quickly yesterday. So in between my discussion, I will just show the 2 slides. They are very short, but it's just to break and save you from looking at my face for the whole time. So I think a lot of background has been set, and obviously if you come as speaker number 3 or 4 or 5, you are likely to repeat some of the things that people have said, because borders are the same. Border management, the concepts, whether it's smart borders, one-stop border post, single window software, a lot of them are very common. 1, but 2. As Juanita said at the beginning, the SARS customs belongs, or as a country, we belong to the World Customs Organization. And I think that provides us an opportunity and a window to be part of setting standards globally for customs, but 2, having a network of countries across the world in terms of what they are doing and what we can learn from them, what they can learn from us. But also when you look at customs around the globe, we are fortunate because we do have a standard setting organization which provides us with tools, guidelines, and so forth. So it sort of makes it easy for us. So I think from a SARS point of view, if you look at border management, I think it's not a customs thing, it's a SARS thing. And we have a new vision 2024 in the strategic plan. And one of the key things that we said is that we are going to focus on voluntary compliance. And simply put, this means that we are going to assume that most of traders, most of taxpayers, most of travelers that cross our borders are compliant, or they want to comply. And I think it's important that we take that approach, because then the next step is, how can we help them comply? How can we reduce the cost and the hassles that they go through? Of course, I'm saying most, because the reality is that, of course, you do have others at the extreme end who are not intent on complying or using normal channels. So you obviously have to have a response to that. But if you use that as your voluntary compliance as your starting point, we then say, how do we leverage data that we have, technology, emerging technology, and streamlining the processes that we have, so that when you get to the border, we have a different concept of the border. And instead of just looking at the border as a place at a particular time, you look at it as a continuum. You're looking at the border, pre-border, at the border, and post-border, and ask the question, do we really have to do all our controls at the border? And for us, the answer is no. So our approach is, how do you move away controls away from the border as much as possible, so that the concept that was said earlier, whether it's non-stop border, whether it's one-stop border, for us, we see three things, or the ambition is that if you are a compliant trader transporter, importer, exporter, traveler, and so forth. If we have nothing that we are worried about because we have data, we've done our risk assessment, we have exchanged information with the country that you are coming from, or where your goods are coming from, or where your goods are going to. If there's no need for us to stop you, if there's no need to stop a truck there, we shouldn't stop it. So the non-stop border concept, it's our ambition. And if, as I say, if we assume that most of the clients are voluntary compliant, we should say most of the traffic should be non-stop. And of course, this will be aided by, I said, data, but the technology that we deploy at the border post as well. So the infrastructure aspect of the border post has to also embed the smart technology that is able to look at the truck, be able to detect a number plate, facial recognition, and all of these other things, and be linked to back office systems that are able to bring up the information. And if everything matches with what we have, and there's no concern, there's no need for us to stop you, then ultimately, and this is the ambition, that ultimately a boom gate should then open and you should cross. Of course, as Mike and others have said. So if you have proper seals, electronic seals that can ping at a particular point, so you're able to integrate all of these things to say, if we don't have to stop you, move on. Now that's a non-stop. The second one that we see is what we've discussed earlier, one stop. And I think for us, one stop, the concept is that we use one stop where we need to intervene. So if there's a need to intervene for any particular reason, not only by customs, it might be agriculture, it might be somebody else, we should have a process where you only literally stop once. We do an inspection once, we intervene once, and once that is done, we then move. And it simply means as well that the question comes again, do you also need to do that at the border? So if you are a trusted trader and we know where the goods are going, it's low risk, you have a seal already, there's a bond, and so forth and so forth. Is there a way that we can do the inspection, or we can clarify whatever that we want to clarify at your premises instead of stopping you at the border? So I think these are kind of concepts that are guiding us. So you have non-stop, you have one stop, and then of course the last one is no entry. And this is where we're saying we need to see how do we make our country as unattractive as possible. So the people that we should really be stopping and delaying and increasing their costs at the border are people that are not interested in complying, are people that are bringing harmful goods, are people that are trying to divert goods so that they don't pay duties and so forth and so forth. So I think that's a first point I wanted to make, because I think it sort of covers a whole of what was discussed today, and this is how we view border management going forward. The second thing that is critical for us as well is that, as much as one of the key things that we are focusing on is skills. So it's very important to have skilled border officials from our side, customs officials. But I think at the same time, one thing that we may be not paying sufficient attention to, and it's something that we want to reflect on, is that in addition to skills, we also need to have that have a understanding of the supply chain. And maybe, although I'm not speaking on behalf of other border agencies, but I am assuming that it's something that might be beneficial for everybody. So if you have an officer that stops a container, a truck, and so forth, they need to have appreciation of the supply chain to say, how does this truck link into the supply chain by you stopping it, delaying it, and maybe most times you will check it, there will be nothing wrong. There has to be that understanding of what is the cost am I impacting on the economy, one, but two, what is the cost that I'm also impacting on SARS as well, because obviously the fact that you are there, you are a cost. So if we start understanding this better, I think we start having a different mindset about whether do I want to intervene or not, and of course the intervention has to be informed by a process somewhere, which I will come to earlier. But I think the mindset of an officer on the ground also has to fit with what we want to achieve as a country. I think the third thing that a principle maybe that we've spoken about as well this morning is how do we enhance the collaboration that we have both amongst the government first, but between government and private sector as well. But beyond that, also to other countries as well. I think as Mike has indicated, if we are on a north-south corridor, it doesn't matter much whether we improve Bite Bridge 10 or 50 times. Of course, it does matter. But if you're talking in terms of the African Continental Free Trade Area, you start saying, are you able to then link the whole corridor? What is the situation there? And is there a discussion that needs to happen amongst all the countries that are in the corridor, all the agencies that are in the corridor? So ultimately, when you drive from Durban maybe into DRC, you sort of have that whole process, and I think that's the kind of engagement that we need to have. I think four and lastly in this first slot is part of what we're trying to focus on now is that some of the concepts we've been talking about them for some time, and I think it was acknowledged earlier. What we need to get sharper on now is what are we measuring? And I like some of the slides that came before me to say what is the actual cost. If we're saying half of the cost that are related to transporting goods are because of all these fees and all these other things, it sort of sets a very good basis to have a discussion to then say, is this what is going to help us in growing the economy and so forth? And if the answer is no, the next question is, well, let us look at these processes and costs and so forth, and let us find ways of how do we deal with that. So how do we identify practical things, and how do we have empirical data on some of these things? But to whatever improvements that we develop, how do we come back in 6 months or in 12 months to say it used to be half, but in a year it's now a third, and our intention is to have it to a quarter. So I think as a principle, those are some of the things that we need to start focusing on. And the reality, of course, is that no one stakeholder will be able to achieve much. So, I mean, one stakeholder can have the best processes or whatever the case is, and unless everybody in the chain is on board, we will still be having the same kind of issues. So I think that's sort of a broad outline that I thought I would want to share with the colleagues. The second thing that I wanted to do quickly was to give you a sense of what are some of the things that we are doing in SARS. I don't know if you can see my screen. I hope you
yes, we can.
Okay.
So go to presentation mode.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that. All right.
Thank you.
So on Tuesday, we celebrated International Customs Day. And one of the things that were key was the speech that the commissioner gave. And the commissioner launched a customs modernization program. And it has a few things that we want to do that we believe are going to be key in helping both in trade facilitation, but also in responding to current risks that we are facing now. So if I can get this to go to the next slide. Okay, sorry for that. I'm not sure why it can't go automatically, so I'll have to do manually there. So I think the first thing that we said to ourselves is what tools do we have? And I think it's important because sometimes we sort of go and start looking at what is it that we need to build without first acknowledging what is the base, what is the foundation. So if you look at from a customs point of view, the customs clearance process, the automated customs clearance process that we have is fully aligned, is fully automated, is fully aligned to the WCO data model that Juanita was talking about earlier. So I think that's an important tool for us because it also has an integrated workflow that can be used by SARS, but also if we get to that stage, other agencies as well. We've also implemented a cargo report and goods accounting system, which gives us a lot of data, a lot of information about the movement of the goods, whether from one country into South Africa, into a port, into a depot, into a warehouse. So if you have all those data elements, and so it makes the supply chain visible to us, and we're able to check the different points and be able to verify. And if that can be done in an automated fashion, that's where I was saying at the end of this chain, there should be a boom gate somewhere. If everything checks out and there's no need for you to stop the truck, there should be a boom gate that opens and the driver is able to drive through. The electronic payment system that we have, there was mention of the authorized economic operator. I'm sure colleagues will be aware that late last year, we moved from the preferred trader program. We've launched now the authorized economic operator in the compliance program. There's work that's going on now to add the security elements so that it complies fully with what the WCO has put forward. So that is work that is going on. And also, you'll be interested to also know that we are now engaging with other government departments to start a discussion on having a single government AEO. Because as I said earlier, if you get to a border post and you are AEO, firstly, the infrastructure has to be there. What colleagues indicated about the demarcation of traffic, not just between passengers, trucks, vehicles, and so forth, but between trusted traders or AEOs as well, where you get an express lane or a fast lane. Now, for you to get that, it means that all the other government departments have to view you in the same way. It doesn't help that we view as low risk by agency A, but agency B stops you for something else. There's no benefit there. So we're now starting a discussion with other agencies to look at. We have AEO. We are aware that there's some programs that are run by other agencies. So it's first to take stock of what we have, and then it's then to look at how do we bring all of these together so that it makes for a seamless flow. And once a person is AEO, it becomes easy then to get the benefits. I think that's the first step. That's the second step. So we are doing ours as SARS. 2, we are engaging with other government departments to see how do we expand it to the whole of government. But 3, also, we also having a parallel discussion with other countries. So within SACU, as an example, but also with Zimbabwe, Mozambique as well, to start looking at mutual recognition. And of course, it might take a bit of time, but I think in parallel, as we're doing some of these things, if we get to a point where we have mutual recognition and a AEO in South Africa is treated the same as an AEO in Lesotho or in Namibia or Zimbabwe, then it's when you move across and we're talking about a non-stop border post, these are some of the things that practically you will have to have in place. So also some of the foundations that we have, of course, there's mobile applications and tools that we have to help us in conducting inspections and control functions at our border posts. So you don't necessarily have to go to the office to file in your inspection report. It can be done remotely wherever you are doing an inspection. There's also an exchange of information, and I think this is critical. As I said earlier, data is becoming the new gold now, or it is actually the new gold. And the more data you are able to have about a consignment, the better the decision you are able to make before the consignment even gets to whatever area that you are looking at. So we've been working with SACU countries in putting together an information exchange, an automated information exchange program. We are far advanced with Swaziland, as some colleagues will know, and I think with all of these IT processes, firstly, you agree on the data set. Secondly, you make sure that the infrastructure or the architecture is there to support what we are trying to do. Thirdly, you exchange and then you realize that there's things that are not matching, because one thing has to match from the other to be able to confirm that you are dealing with the export in SOT is the same import in South Africa. So once we've gone past that hurdle, then we start saying, how do you use that in a risk management process? And I think that's with some of these countries, that's where we are now. Of course, countries in SACU are at different levels. So with some, it's only at the beginning where we finalize the agreement. There's a regional agreement, but also we've also concluded a bilateral agreement with all the countries so that we're able to exchange the kind of information. And lastly, of course, the risk engine is critical to the work that we do, and the sort of rules and the sort of information and all these data points and elements that I've been telling you about. I think the main function is to enrich the risk engine so that you make better decisions about whether you really have to intervene or not. And our default position is that if there's no need to intervene, we shouldn't intervene, firstly. Two, if there's a need to intervene, is it possible to do that at a documentary level? And if you really have to touch the goods, then that then becomes sort of the last option. But even there, ask questions about do we have to do it at the border, or is there no option to work with the private sector to maybe do it at a facility, whether it's at the importer's facility or at a depot or at a truck stop and so forth. So these are some of the discussions, and this is the thinking that we are having. So I think if you take that as the sort of base that we have, the next slide then talks to what are some of the things that we are working on? What are we building to sort of help us to get to where we think we want to go to? So we've spoken a lot about single window, and I think what we're trying to do is that as much as there's discussion about a whole lot of concepts, we, as I said earlier, we need to start identifying the concrete things that we need to do, but two, we need to say, what are we doing? You know, and come 6 months or a year, we need to say we've done this and this is the impact that it has had. So what might be an idea, Harry, is that I'm going to run very quickly through this, but there's a whole team in customs that is working on this. So maybe at some point in the future, it might be a good idea to maybe have a separate slot just to get into the details of what the customs modernization program entails and the timelines and what are we looking at and so forth and so forth. But I think in brief, in each of these, there's practical things that we have identified that we want to do. And I think the input, the collaboration with trade and the private sector is going to be critical in each one of these. And you can see in most of these, work has already started and some are in different levels. So the single window, as an example, there's two phases that we have identified. One is the work that the discussions we're now having with Transnet to look at how do we enable a single submission of reports instead of submitting the same thing to SARS that you submit to Transnet. Is there a way of leveraging the capabilities that we have currently so that you submit once and we're able to exchange that? The second one, of course, relates to, or maybe before I get to the second one, I think we have a very good basis in the SARS systems, because currently we do interface with ITEC for permits in terms of receiving the permits and marking the permits. We do interface with the South African Reserve Bank for import and export payments. And I think a few years ago we tried with the Department of Agriculture. There were some challenges, but there's a base that we can build from. And with the current environment where financial resources are going to be limited, we have to look at more and more what it is that we have that we can leverage on. So that will be the second phase. We'll look at having a national single window. And this is also part of what the country has committed to in the WTO trade facilitation agreement. So obviously this will involve a lot more stakeholders, and with the DTIC taking the lead as the custodian for the trade facilitation agreement. But we see ourselves playing a pivotal role as well, and making available what we have currently, maybe using that as a basis, or whatever the case we decide. But we intend to be part of the discussion as well. The WCO, I think in 2018 or 2019, the Council adopted the cross-border e-commerce framework of standards. And as colleagues will know, e-commerce is growing not only in South Africa, not only globally, but also in the African continent as well. And we need to start thinking about how do we enable it. So there's work that is currently on now to look at, from a systems and a technology point of view, how do you make that easy? For ensuring that we have customs officers that are trained, that are aware of the impact that they're having, we're going to introduce a cadet program. And I think that there's some level of collaboration that we can have with the private sector here, which I will get to at some point. I indicated the authorized economic operator. There's some work that we need to do to strengthen it, so to move it from the compliance program that it is now into a full AO with the security elements as well. Also working with other government departments, but working with other countries as well. The valuation database is one of the information that we intend to use for risk management. I think valuation fraud is one of the challenges that we've always had, and we've always tried to do a number of things to try and address that. So this is one of them, in addition to some of the activities that are happening in collaboration with the DTIC. There's some good work that is happening, and we seem to be making an impact in the clothing and textile sector. Advancing import payments, we're also looking at this from a compliance point of view. There's risks that we've picked up. Regional IT connectivity, as I've indicated, there's some work that we are doing in making sure that we're able to exchange information electronically and automatically between us and our neighboring countries. And then, of course, the concept of smart borders. And I mean, one can argue that things like single window and so forth form part of that as well. But I think we are very specific here that we're looking at automating the border environment so that you then support what I said earlier about pre, at, and post border. And at the border, you need to start saying, how do you leverage IT as much as possible to be able to facilitate the process? So if a camera can be able to identify a number plate and be able to cross-check it against a national database from the police and so forth, if it can be able to link it to a driver, a manifest, a consignment, and so forth and so forth. If you're able to link all of these things electronically and everything checks out, it creates a possibility to then start talking of an unstop. And if there's a red flag, of course, have the ability through a segregated traffic model where the truck will then be directed to a particular area. So if you think about a robot system where if everything checks out, you must get a green light and be able to move. If it's red or orange, whatever the color we choose, it should indicate in a board somewhere that please proceed to this and the other. So I think these are some of the things that we are looking at, and of course we will have to have a discussion which we are currently having with other government agencies. Already in July last year, the commissioner had an engagement with the Department of Home Affairs and the then project manager of the BMA to share some of the thinking that we have and to see how do we collaborate together. So, of course, these engagements will continue. There's a new acting commissioner for the BMA, who's a former SARS colleague. So we are looking forward, and there's also a new DG at Home Affairs. So we'll obviously continue the engagements with them. What I then wanted to do, Harry, with the time that I have is maybe to reflect on a few things that maybe we can start thinking about. And so there's like 4 or 5 things that I think are critical, and some of them have been covered in one way or the other. But I think one is around how do we engage. I think from where we are sitting, gone are the times where we will sit in one room and decide things and implement them. I'm saying gone are the days. I'm saying in ambition. That's where we should go. Where anything that we implement is aimed towards making it easier for compliant trade to move through, but it also has inputs and has been informed by the different experiences and knowledge that is currently available. But it also says that as the private sector and trade, it's important that you influence the strategic choices that we make, because there's obviously limited funding, and there's a way that from government we will see things, but it's only you as the owners of the supply chain that you know what is the lived experience, what are the current pain points, whether it's per pot. So I mean, you probably have a complete picture of which are the biggest nightmares for you in relation to ports of entry, which agency, which process, which country, which document, and so forth. And I think these are things that we need to bring to the fore. And also, as I said, also putting an angle of cost and time. So the delays and the congestion and so forth, if we have a good sense of how much are these things costing, and it sort of helps us in our thinking, but also the solutions to say maybe this is what we need to be doing. And I think if you look at the solutions on how we engage, Lynn mentioned earlier about the involvement of head office people, and sometimes decisions are not implemented at a local level. I think that there's two things there. One is that we need to strengthen as much as possible local leadership and engagement, so that if there's an issue, as much as possible, the leaders on the ground should have the right mandate and the right powers to be able to make decisions in sorting out a particular issue. Of course, there'll be those that require head office intervention, but at least a local manager, and this is from a SARS point of view, what we sort of trying to make sure that a local manager must own their own part and be able to look at things in a objective manner and be able to be agile and respond to the circumstances that are there. If there's guidance, if there's policy issues, of course, it then has to be escalated to head office. So that's the first thing, that as much as possible, let's strengthen the local engagements. And if they are not working, let's identify why are they not working, so that we then look at addressing those. The second one is at a national level. I think during the December period, I mean, something as simple as having a common WhatsApp group where the DGs from Home Affairs, where the head of customs, the DG from health, and the colleagues from the private sector were part of that, I think made a difference, because then the lines of communications were open. We need to reflect on how do we build on that and maybe have something that is more permanent between government and the private sector. And I think Sihle spoke about something similar earlier. So we just need to look at, as much as from SARS, we do have sort of a monthly and ongoing engagements with the different stakeholders. It might be a good idea then to look at a whole of government and a whole of the private sector engagement, maybe in Piaron every month or every quarter, but something where we can all meet, because some of the issues might not necessarily relate to Home Affairs, they might relate to SARS. So it's important for SARS to be there. As similarly, if it's a health issue, bringing it to SARS might not yield the desired result. But if everyone is there, it makes it easy to have a discussion once and be able to address some of the things. So I think what Sihle said earlier, I support that maybe if whatever submission that can be made from your side, I think the view I'm saying is that even from our side is something that we are also reflecting on, and as we talk to other government departments, it's something that we think will add a lot more value. I think the second thing, the second last thing that I wanted to say is that the resources that we have as government, and I'm sure in the private sector, are becoming reduced, and they're very limited. So we need to start looking at opportunities to leverage on what we already have. So amongst the government departments, as I've said, if there's things that we have that maybe others can use. Let's open up the discussion, but also in the private sector, maybe something that you need to reflect on is, I mean, I visited Uganda at some point, and they have a transit management system where they have this big seals, and I think it was a few $100 per seal, something like that, and they will attach this from Mombasa in Kenya, and it will go all the way up to Rwanda, past Uganda, and they will be tracking this. There's a control room and all of these other things. I mean, when I looked at that, I was impressed that they are able to do that. But the other thing I was asking is that, is there a way that we can collaborate with the private sector and leverage on some of the systems that they have? So if you want to track, I'm sure there's GPS solutions that you are using already, which might be far advanced for your own purposes to secure your goods, to make sure that you limit the threat of theft and so forth. Is there a way that we can leverage on some of those, instead of customs having to invest in something similar? Are there opportunities where we can start thinking about that? And so that's the first resource. The second resource, which is critical for me, is the kind of knowledge that is in the private sector and the engagements that we need to start having to say, is it possible for the private sector, for example, to start training? And I'm sure, because I've discussed with some of you, we just need to find a way of how do we make this a reality, and not only for customs officers, maybe for border officers, that we at least they have a good sense of the supply chain processes, what is linked to what, and therefore if one thing is stopped somewhere, what is the impact, and what is the impact down the chain to a particular plant, or to getting the goods to a particular area on time. So I think we just need to focus on, as much as we're going to do technical training, I think it's important that we partner and make sure that we all understand the supply chain. And so when I as a border officer decide to stop a truck and ask for something that I could have gotten beforehand, or something that might be available somewhere electronically and so forth, it sort of, we start then thinking about the kind of decisions that we are making. So maybe that's something that you might consider and look at what is possible. The last thing that I wanted to also highlight is that as much as we pushing for trade facilitation, and we want to make sure that we don't delay things unnecessarily, I think the mandate that we have, it also forces us to also focus on people that are not interested in trade facilitation, people that are intent on bringing illegal goods, people that want to defraud the government and so forth. And I think it is to the detriment of all of us if those people succeed in any way. So I think one of the things that we need to focus on is how do we strengthen the collaboration around those issues. So if we have which we believe that the vast majority of people that we're dealing with are people that their interest is business, is the economy, is to grow the economy, to make sure we have an efficient supply chain. How do we root out some of those elements which come in two forms? One is people that are smuggling or they want to defraud and so forth. How do we create a better understanding and knowledge, and rely on your knowledge and capability to shine a spotlight on some of these people and move them out? But to the corruption issue that was raised earlier, how do we deal with it on both sides? I think on Tuesday, the commissioner was very clear that he takes a very strong approach on corruption, and where it is pointed out, he will act without any fear or favor. So I think it's about how do we collaborate on the one hand to make sure that officers that engage in these activities are dealt with, but also people that are paying these bribes are then dealt with. So I think those are some of the things that we probably have to think about. How do we want to approach them, and are there better ways of looking at some of these things? So I think I'll maybe pause there, Harry, and maybe take questions or inputs or comments. But again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. And since this is my first time participating in this forum, I'll be very keen in future to participate and just, even if not to present, just to listen, because the information that one is getting is very useful. And I always believe that the only way we are going to make progress is if we engage, if we have different views, if we put them on the table, if we come up with a plan and we implement it, and we look back in 3 months, in 6 months to say, is it working? Is it not? It's not working. The one thing that I think most of you don't want to do, since you're in the private sector, is to have a discussion continuously about something and then nothing is happening. So we need to be clear on how are we going to measure the things that we say we're going to do, and when. So is it 6 months? Is it a year? Has it changed anything? Has it made any impact? So thank you very much, Harry, for that. I was not aware that the session goes all the way. So, but I'm going to stay as much as I possibly can. I do have engagements later on. So if I log off later on, please don't think that I don't like what I'm hearing. But I will stay on as much as I can. Thank you for the opportunity.
Lucky, thank you so much. I must say this is one of the best unprepared presentations I've seen in a long time. So thank you very much. We've run a little bit over the time, but the important work you're doing and the important things you are sharing, I wouldn't dare stopping you. And I think the audience will agree with me. Obviously the Transport Forum is, well, they say it's one of the most powerful platforms for content provision and networking in transport in South Africa and Southern Africa. And surely we are available to collaborate with you. You know, should you guys be in need with, for example, to do a survey into the industry, you know, in collaboration with your industry alliances, like South African Association of Freight Forwarders and so on, surely we can get the message out there and we can obtain lots of feedback from the industry to support you guys in important work you're doing and, you know, foster collaboration in the industry. So thank you very much for your participation. I want to know, is it at all possible to join us at 14:30 for a panel discussion at 2:30? Then I can give the guys a lunch break now, and we can do the panel discussion, combine it at our discussion at 2:30 this afternoon. Is that possible?
Sorry, but my challenge is that I have an engagement at 2 already.
Oh, okay. What we will do, let me allow 2 burning questions for Lucky. Are there 2 burning questions? You can raise your hands in the chat room, in the participants box, and we will allow 2 questions for Lucky because we're running over time. So I'll allow 2 questions. You can raise your hand in the participants box and I will recognize you. Thank you, Violet. You can ask your question. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Harry. Good afternoon, Lucky. Thank you very much for the very comprehensive presentation that you did on such short notice. My question is, in terms of collaboration with the other countries, the other African countries, going through ports like Mozambique, ports like Zimbabwe, you know, ports through Botswana into Namibia, how is your collaboration strategy with them sort of streamlined in order to benefit the borders?
Thank you, Violet. Lucky, welcome to respond.
Thank you, Violet, for that question. I think it's an important question, and it's maybe a point that I also omitted to indicate. I think one obviously the challenge of borders is that there's a multiplicity of parties. So as customs, we do engage with our counterparts in other countries. And as I said, the WCO gives us a very good basis to be able to engage. So and then if you look at it from a SACU context, as an example, there's something that I need to make you aware of, that currently in SACU, there's a discussion about developing a trade facilitation program in SACU, but I think the focus is slightly different. It's more practical. What are the challenges? Are the things that are not working at the different border posts? And I think for the first time now, because I think traditionally trade facilitation issues are normally it's only customs and maybe others, but I think the ministers have said all border agencies must be part of this. One, two, the private sector must be part of this as well. So we are busy with making processes in South Africa, for example, to make sure that everybody becomes part of this. So part of what I hope to come back to you at some point is to the thing that I was saying earlier, that if we are to develop a trade facilitation program in SACU, the one question that we should ask is, what is not working? What are the top 5 things that are giving you the biggest stress in SACU? And if the program doesn't address that, then it's not going to be an effective program. But 2, if we know those things and we put measures in place to say how are we going to address it and the different options, we should then be able to put measures to say, after a year or 2, are those things better? Well, what's happening? Because ultimately, nobody wants to do the same thing over and over again, and then there's no impact. So there are forums both at a bilateral level with the different countries where we engage, but there's also forums such as SACU as well, where the 5 countries are now going to focus on this, and we're going to use what we are currently doing in each country as the basis for the improvements that we need.
Thank you, Lucky. I really appreciate the proper answer. This meeting is being recorded on YouTube, and obviously you guys can afterwards also have a look, and the presentations will be uploaded. Ladies and gents, we're looking forward to engaging with Lucky and SARS in the future. Thank you very much for your collaboration. It's excellent. And we're really achieving something, bringing people together and the collaboration in the industry. Let's take a 30 minutes break. I'll put up a timer on the screen, and so go and grab something to eat quickly, and then we'll have the after lunch session. We're going to have Michael Hennen from EasyClear. We're going to have Ediel Sabira from CRTA, and Mr. Firman Kuza from the World Business Alliance for Secure Commerce. Firman Kuza this afternoon is presenting from Miami in US. That's why we a bit time sensitive. There's a time difference between us. So he's presenting from the US with us. So we're looking forward to that as well. So so let's take a 30 minutes break, and I'll see you guys just now. Thank you very much. So we will start in 4 minutes, 30 seconds, just for the people asking me, requesting me an audio check. So this is just to make sure that the audio is working. So we will start in 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Looking forward to seeing all of you in 4 minutes time. Thank you very much. Right, welcome back everybody. Nice seeing all the faces again. Thank you for hanging in there with us. This has been a very interesting session this far, and we're really looking forward to the rest of the session. Very powerful presentations this afternoon, including one from the US. So our first presentation then, and we're still talking about the way forward for border posts and how they should look. Our first presentation this afternoon is Michael Henning. He's the sales manager for EasyClear. He's going to talk about leveraging technology for more efficient borders, a reflection on current and past events. Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Let me just find the share button and see if I can share my screen. Tell me if you can see the presentation.
Perfect, thank you. It's clear.
Fantastic. So, yes, again, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present at this special interest group. My hope is that my presentation will emphasize the need for technological innovation and industry collaboration. I think that is a topic that has come up over and over in past speakers' presentations. In order to open the barriers to trade while increasing efficiency of the borders, thereby facilitating trade and improving productivity and revenue, and realize one of the goals of South African customs, which is job creation and prosperity for all South Africans. Just a quick added note, congratulations, Juanita, on your special award this International Customs Day 2021, presented by SARS. I was listening in there, so well done. Let me start by reflecting on some of the more recent events, and Lynn has touched on them in her earlier presentation, that have impacted our cross-border trade, particularly over the festive season. The picture you see on your screen now is an all too familiar scene during the lead up to Christmas. This image is of the N1 to Beit Bridge, but similar scenes could be seen at Lebombo and Maseru Bridge. The congestion was exacerbated by the implementation of COVID-19 protocols put in place by the Department of Health as the surge of the second wave engulfed South Africa. Adding to this, a lack of foresight, I believe, and planning, coupled with social distancing measures implemented for the protection of staff during SARS and Department of Health shifts, affected the flow of trade through the border. Adding to the mix, it was well publicized through media coverage, and of course it led to the fears of a super spreader event. The picture on the left, many of you will remember or recall and have seen, shows the gridlock caused by the trucks, buses, and private transport, all parked in both inbound and outbound traffic lanes. A clear lack of coordination between OGAs, other government agencies like Traffic, SARS, Department of Health, Home Affairs, and policy by trade partners like Botswana added to the increased volume of traffic outbound via Beit Bridge. This was according to SARS branch manager Colbert Mbuyani, gave rise to this situation. Though I must say it's not uncommon to see an increase of traffic flow through the border posts over the festive season as many of the migrant workers return home to our neighboring countries. The picture on the right, which was courtesy of participants in the private sector initiative and WhatsApp group that was set up to tackle the congestion, shows vehicles that have been standing in 17-kilometer queues, if I recall, Lynn said, that hadn't moved more than a number of yards in the 24 or 48 hours. And in fact, you know, that congestion led to trade and trucks standing for seven or more days. Similar scenes played out over the Christmas week and days to follow at Lebombo. I personally attended a trade meeting just prior to the adjusted level 3 announcement in December, and I witnessed the buildup of traffic at Lebombo, which on a good day stretched as far as the bridge. And on some days, vehicles are backed up into the old airfield, as it's known, and down the national road, causing gridlock. In both the case of Beit Bridge and Lebombo, as Lynn alluded to earlier, the drivers are subject to inhumane conditions with limited or no water, food, and certainly no sanitation, all whilst waiting in queues for customs clearance, many with release notifications and many with none. What are the consequences of our inaction? Well, I think the slide says it all. I don't know how many of you saw that. Fortunately, I think the driver was okay after this incident, but drivers become victims of crime as conditions force them to sleep in their vehicles or leave the vehicles unattended, and theft is rife. Drivers are seen as easy targets, often carrying large sums of foreign currency, and of course, as was alluded to earlier, cell phones and other valuable items. And bribery, sadly, bribery to skip the queue, particularly in Bike Bridge, constantly undermines the efforts of the private sector and the group that was set up with the help of Lynn to manage the build-up in the queue, as drivers impatiently and driven by sheer frustration jump the queue, regardless of whether they have the necessary release documentation, permits, or certificates in order to be efficiently processed by customs, and thereby further delaying the already congested queue of vehicles. There are other factors, of course, influencing the delays experienced over recent months. Lynn has touched on them, others have touched on them. I'm not going to go into great detail or repeat them here. If we don't act, what does it mean for us? And us as an African Union, us as SARS, us as SACU, what does it mean for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? What does it mean for South Africa? Well, barriers to trade, at least, lead to lost opportunity, increased crime and corruption, as we saw. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a groundbreaking opportunity to realize the potential of millions of traders across the continent, and we cannot afford to stymie this through inefficient borders, hampered by administrative processes, ineffectual policy application, and lack of cooperation between trading partners. Bilateral agreements reached with our SACU partners are compromised by inefficient borders. So what do we do to address this? Well, here I've shared with you a slide. We need to switch on with technology to facilitate trade. These slides, many of you are familiar with, they're the courtesy of SARS roadshows not so long ago, presented to trade at the launch of the new Customs Act program. And they depict the vision of SARS for their modernization journey, leveraging on technology to connect the partners in the supply chain in their approach to manage risk and reaffirm the role of customs in today's market. And I would go so far as to say that our other trade partners on the continent need to also have similar visions to embrace and share information via technology. RCG, the automation of cargo reporting, together with the more recent provision of handheld devices for the inspection process, has gone a long way to alleviating and facilitating the flow of trade at our cross borders. And I'll focus primarily on the road freight modality, but the concepts that I'm mentioning here are equally effective across all modalities, land, air, and sea. Trade initiatives such as the partnership between service providers and the private sector to automate the inspection process and seamlessly communicate documents in support of the inspection via EDI in real time, improve and remove bottlenecks. I'm very, very pleased to hear at the recent announcement, the International Customs Day, that SARS have revived, so to speak, the modernization project. And I'm very pleased to see their intention to implement smart borders, the smart border concept. It's a welcome step in the right direction. And smart borders don't just mean that traffic light that Lucky was talking about at the border, you know, channeling trade left and right. It speaks to the Internet of Things and connecting the entire supply chain so that we are sharing data across the whole supply chain for SARS and trade to make more efficient decisions. Additionally, initiatives such as the AEO, the Authorized Economic Operator Program, aims to facilitate legitimate trade, and of course NET, the illegitimate trade, thus fast-tracking clearances for AEO partners. An example of that was was the sharing of previously manual processes and documentation that can now be shared electronically if you're an AEO partner. The establishment of interagency working groups and working groups with trade also go a long way to identifying issues that could potentially be resolved by the implementation of technological solutions. What are we saying? So through digital trade, we need to embrace the new landscape. The disruptive technology brings with it changes to the existing workflow. And it's not just all about technology. And here I'm going to quote again from International Customs Day, the director of Customs Operations, Bayes Theron. And he said, and I thought it was pertinent, interdependency and not independence is vital. IT connectivity projects undertaken with SAAFF aim to facilitate the exchange of data. And it's not just within SAAFF, it's internationally, across the supply chain. But it facilitates the exchange of data currently between revenue authorities. AEO within SAAFF program builds a more resilient supply chain. A regional, or at least the regional coordinated approach in response to the pandemic that we all know about should be supported and continued going forward for the alignment of processes and exchange of information for what I believe will be a more seamless border process. Examples of a move to an electronic exchange of data that replaced the less efficient manual processes of hard copy submissions was the APDP submissions for AEO partners in the supply chain. And I'm heartened to see the proposed electronic SAAFF certificate. This will certainly improve the experience at our land borders. The SARS RLA, RCG modernization program have made more information available to their staff and more readily available. Things like the SOPs, the Act, registration and licensing, which connects all of the partners in supply chain via the e-filing application. It's improved efficiencies by reducing paperwork and enabled cases to be finalized faster, all while creating visibility on the status of the clearance, the broker's clearance for the client. Something that really went a long way to relieving a lot of the congestion that we saw in previous slides was the printing of the CN2, which was an example of the bottleneck, creating congestion at our land borders. It's no longer required, and it's thus improved the movement of trade, allowing the queue that we saw to be cleared within 2 to 3 days, as opposed to weeks. I want to leave you with a quote, and one that was also quoted by our commissioner of SARS, that the chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and so is our character. And in conclusion, there are many players in the global supply chain, technological partners like the service providers, revenue authorities, trade partners at all levels, OGAs, and of course the private sector. Technology, as important and pivotal as it is in the supply chain, can only take us so far. We all need to play a part through mutual recognition, cooperation, and collaboration at all levels. Only then is it possible to achieve what currently looks like the impossible and improve the lives of many who are so interdependent on trade, particularly on the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for bringing us together, indeed. So we're looking forward to taking this further during the panel discussion just now. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your product with us. It's great technology. Thank you very much, and for your support. All right, ladies and gents, thank you again to Michael. Our next presenter then is Mr. Etiel Chabiro. He's a senior manager research at Cross Border Road Transport Agency. He's going to give us their view on border congestion as the way forward now and behind. Thank you very much, Eto.
Thank you, Harry, and good afternoon to everyone still in the seminar. I'll try and share my slides. Harry, if you may confirm if my slides are now on the screen.
We can see it. You should go to presentation mode, then it should be fine.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So
Perfect.
thank you very much. Firstly, Harry, we really appreciate the opportunity which you have given us to come and share our thinking in terms of how we can deal with the challenges experienced at our land border posts, particularly the key commercial border posts sitting on strategic corridors connecting our economy to the rest of the region. So just to indicate the approach, we'll first look at what we do as SIG for the benefit of those who may not be aware of our role. Then to set the scene, we'll look at some important facts about road transport, particularly cross-border road transport in the region. And then we'll flag out what I'm calling here some sort of new challenges, largely emanating from the circumstances we are finding ourselves in owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we'll flag on some of the historical challenges, many of which the speakers who presented before me have already highlighted. Then we'll look at the lessons learned from the past experience, which should then assist us in shaping the way forward with respect to interventions which we need to action, implement now, which do not necessarily need a lot of investment other than investing in our processes, our procedures, without changing our mandates, without investing a lot in terms of capital projects to transform the border landscapes. Then we'll look at those that we can focus on in the medium to long term. So just to begin with, SIG is an agent of the National Department of Transport. And the work that we do revolves around regulating market access to those that conduct cross-border operations. So in this regard, we are popularly known for issuing permits, the cross-border permit, to South African operators intending to conduct business to other countries in the region. In doing so, particularly with respect to passenger operations, the intention is to balance supply and demand so that at any given point, the services that are rendered equate or are near equal to the level of demand in the market. We do that with a view to ensuring that we also avoid conflict, fights between and by operators competing for a market which could be not there. So we then do that through the permits that we issue. We also are required to deal with facilitation of cross-border movements, both freight and passenger, as well as addressing any NTBs that falls within our armpit, bottlenecks that in corridors that falls within our jurisdiction, and those that are beyond our immediate jurisdiction. This is where we partner with the other stakeholders in the value chain, corridor secretariats, where there are multiple countries involved as it pertains to that particular issue, bottleneck we need to respond to. Border post stakeholders, which could be customs, immigration, and any other, where would have picked up bottlenecks impeding the seamless movement of the truck of the bus and the cross-border taxi. So like to give a bit of context to what obtained in December, the festive we just passed, we picked a lot of issues, which issues then we had to advance in terms of resolution with relevant stakeholders. In view of developments in the region, we also exist to liberalize market access, particularly for freight, so that the market reach of our operators improves, but also dealing with the removal of other restrictions that controls and puts a limit in terms of the extent to which our operators can conduct their operations. So in a nutshell, this is what we do in this environment. So we interact with many stakeholders in the country at regional level, as well as in corridors. Most importantly, the transport operator. So some important facts for us to reflect, to give context to the recommendations that I will present later in the slides. This information may not necessarily be new, but it's important that we reflect on it. We know road transport is very critical, carrying over 80% of trade that is conducted in the region in Africa as well. It is the only reliable mode of transport that we have as different countries in the region. Yes, we do have rail, but the infrastructure is not in so much good state to the extent that it is not able to sufficiently support trade. So in the absence of road transport, we won't be talking of any significant trade between our countries in the region, as well as transportation of the trade that is bound to international markets. We also know that the performance of the cross-border transport system is a key determinant factor in terms of how well our supply chains perform. In the status quo, the consumer price that are paid for the goods that are traded in the region includes a 40% contribution of or emanating from transport costs. The cost and quality of transport services is therefore of critical importance when we talk of regional competitiveness. One key factor or one key point we also need to flag whenever we talk of these issues is the fact that for us as Africa or for us as a region to be competitive, we must have an edge in terms of how fast we move, how quickly we move our goods, the goods that we trade between ourselves than the other regions do. So in this regard, we should always aim to have a better performing transport system so that we are then able to compete with other regions. Whenever we look at issues affecting cross-border transportation, performance of border posts, yes, let's do that. But it's also important for us not to forget that which happens in between the border posts. Very vital. A lot of time is spent by a truck, by a bus, owing to a number of reasons, including that which is done at weigh bridges. We know we have physical weigh bridges in many of the countries, including ourselves, South Africa. We also, in this regard, have inspections that are not coordinated, conducted by different stakeholders who rightly have the right to stop these vehicles when they move along corridors, because it's within their mandate to do that in pursuit of what they are supposed to do as prescribed by legislation. So whenever we talk of these issues, it's important then to flag that which happens in between border posts. Ultimately, what goes into the border is also influenced significantly by that which is conducted by various parties in between the border posts. We know, as previous speakers have said, a lot of the border posts that we have are still in the same shape. They were a couple of decades back, despite the changes in terms of traffic volumes, in terms of supply chains, and etc. And we also know that these border posts, in their original design, they were aimed to operate as security gates. Very little trust between countries back then, but the tide is changing in terms of economic cooperation. Something must be done. In the current setup, we also know that our private sector stakeholders have no role to play in terms of, or very little role to play in terms of border operations. Where they operate, it's in relation to services required by fellow private sector stakeholders, which is not ideal. So without any alternative which could be viable to road transport, our only solution and our only action going forward is then to directly confront the issues that are affecting not just performance of our border posts, but also that which happens in between the border posts. Our border post, as well as the next border post on the same corridor we share with other countries. Why do that? Because we don't want to transfer the bottlenecks, address bottlenecks at one border, and then in so doing, by not addressing the bottlenecks at the next border, we're simply shifting the challenges to a border located down the stream, in which case to the transport operator, similar challenges will be faced, which again affect their operations. And we know that once that happens, trade flow, passenger transport movement is also affected. So what is it that which we are terming the new challenges? These basically are the challenges which have been elevated owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. So in our case as a country, we know that the 2020 festive period, we had the worst of our experiences in terms of border congestions. We had queues stretching for up to even beyond a 15-kilometer mark from the border posts. Congestion, delays affected both freight and passenger transport. These are issues which previous speakers also elevated. But two border posts that significantly experienced these challenges were Bridge and Libombo. And there's a definite risk that if we don't do something, given that COVID, we are going to be with COVID for some time, maybe some years to come, we are highly likely to experience a similar experience like we did in the previous festive. No doubt, COVID-19 was cited as the major reason why we had these challenges, which, in my view, also assisted us to open our eyes and see other challenges, which we thought are peripheral challenges previously. Issues pertaining to location of en route truck stops, which are safe and secure for trucks to park, for the safety of not just the trucks themselves, but also that which is carried by the trucks, as well as the drivers. Driver comfort, issues which are very pertinent to the industry. So this also made it very clear that in the current setup, our drivers, our passengers, the vehicles, as well as the freight the vehicles are carrying, are very susceptible to criminal activities, not just at the border environments, but on those sections where we have approach roads to border posts. And previous speakers have spoken about some of the experiences that we witnessed during the festive. Issues pertaining to uncoordinated measures, which we as different countries in the region are implementing to contain the spread of the virus, have resulted again in a scenario where we respond differently to the same problem with a limited coordination as it pertains to issues such as the requirements for driver test certificates, the validity of such certificates, the border operating times, which again are pertinent issues to which are disrupting the movement of our trucks as well as operations conducted by our operators. Because of the lack of a common approach as it pertains to those matters, we have a scenario where adjacent countries are implementing different protocols, different procedures, validity requirements at ports, the same port that a truck has to go through. In this regard, I'm referencing also work we are doing. Okay, the work that we're doing, coordinated by the TFP program, which is run by the SAAFF Secretariat. So ultimately, we experienced, owing to these new challenges, heavy congestion, delays, long transit time, which in themselves result in huge costs to our operators. When that happens, we all know what the consequence is. Serious disruption to supply chains, which in this regard exposed the region in terms of trade, in terms of economic impact, in terms of countries which are landlocked, linking or being able to trade adequately as they would have done prior to COVID with their international counterparts. These challenges also helped us to understand the extent of capacity limitations, as well as impact of limited or compromised staff productivity, which under the circumstances could not meet the high demand we witnessed in that period. So other than these challenges, which I term the new challenges, we also have historical challenges, which previous speakers have spoken about, the border management approach that we have, the lack of coordination, the duplications, lack of custom systems interface, all those issues, inadequate infrastructure, not just availability of such, but also the design and layout, inadequate capacity in terms of the staff, but also unharmonized border operating hours, which again became an issue during the festive season. So while we have many initiatives that are being implemented, our colleague, Mr. Sitle, highlighted some of the initiatives Customs is implementing. Many other stakeholders are also running with a number of initiatives, including ourselves. Maybe one question we should ask ourselves is, are we moving fast enough? Can we move faster than what we are doing so that we make the life of the trucker, the life of the driver, the life of the operator much more better in terms of what they are doing? Okay, put together, what is the impact, the consequence of these new challenges, as well as the historical challenges? One key word which we will define that is inefficiency. The second word is sustainability, negative impact in terms of sustainability. Why that? Because we know that these challenges culminate in long fleet turnaround times, low productivity of the fleet, long transit times, the delays, the congestion, high logistics costs, and etc., which threatens even the survival of the businesses the operators are running. And once that happens, one impact, which is also definite, is issues related to regional trade. How well can we trade? How much can we trade without a transport system that is capable to sustain itself? Definitely, poor economic performance, not just for us as a country, but our trading partners in the region. And we know that when that happens, many other downstream negative impacts also are generated, employment, job creation, and others. Issues pertaining to driver health and wellness also negatively affected, and we are likely to get to where we don't want, closure of businesses owing to an unsustainable operating environment, owing to the challenges which I've spoken about and also my fellow speakers have spoken about. So looking backwards to the slides that I've gone through, I decided to put together what I will call here some sort of lessons learned from the past experience. One big lesson, border posts are not meant for parking. Often we talk about inadequate parking at border posts, which in my view, we are looking at solving the wrong challenge. We need to get the truck as fast as possible out of the border post. Then we do have adequate parking. In doing so, we are also creating an opportunity for the trucker, for the operator to optimize the same equipment to generate additional income using the same truck. To regulatory authorities, a truck that is stuck in the border or not moving must be a big concern. Time lost comes with opportunity costs, not just to the trucker, to the operator, but it also affects the well-being of the economy of the exporting country, as well as the receiving economy. Never than before, it's time we see border posts as critical nodes whose performance is of concern to every regulatory authority, be they located at border posts or inland, be they regulatory authorities for transport, be they law enforcement operating at border posts or inland, which directly affects the performance of supply chains, which is a critical issue which we believe every responsible authority, every responsible regulatory authority must consider to be an important aspect, as long as their mandate has something to do with the movement of the truck, the movement of the freight in corridors. Yes, we need immediate solutions, but as we address these as we implement immediate solutions for which we can without expending a lot of capital as we do that, we should also start thinking of the medium-term solutions which we need to start implementing to avoid a repeat of what happened, not just the last festive, but prior years as it were. Most importantly, it's time we look at ensuring that in every corridor, at every critical node in the corridor, border posts, weigh bridges, and etc., we have a mechanism, a monitoring system, which should be able to then inform the subsequent actions which the regulatory authority or law enforcement should take with respect to surge in traffic volumes, with respect to any other intervention that may be necessary depending on the nature of the bottlenecks picked up. Like I said, we need to look beyond border posts. Yes, let's resolve the issues at border posts, but what gets into the border is an outcome of also what happens with respect to the roles of regulatory institutions, the law enforcement. So we need to think of those interventions that decisively changes the modus operandi of these institutions without taking away their responsibility, their oversight, their regulatory oversight, as it were. Okay, so in view of the challenges, the lessons learned, what is the way forward? What solutions can we implement now so that we immediately address the concerns, the challenges, the experiences that our operators are facing, not just in response to what happened over the festive season, but also on a sustained long-term manner. From our perspective, we must open all border posts that are sitting or located on those corridors that are critical in terms of us exporting, us importing, us trading with our counterparts. We must open them 24 hours Essential border agencies must be present, must operate 24 hours. Clearing agents must also operate 24/7. It is from our view that the cost of maintaining and providing these services in the long term will be surpassed by the benefits that will be generated. We need to move customs away, customs procedures away from the border posts, a point again which was emphasized. We need to ensure that the truck that gets to the border has been pre-cleared. As we do that, in view of the requirements for addressing the risk of the spread of COVID-19, we must also then make sure that the vehicle is not just pre-cleared, but also the driver of such vehicle is a valid COVID-19 certificate. Because if we don't do that, we are still going to have blockages, we're still going to have congestion, we're still going to have trucks that are not given the right to proceed because the driver does not have a valid COVID-19 certificate, are blocked from proceeding. And what happens if that vehicle is upfront in the queue? This would mean that, again, those vehicles with the right to proceed can't proceed because of the blockage of the border. The next thing we need to do, we need to make sure that truck driver COVID-19 tests are not done at the border. Besides already entertaining the risk of further spread, should a driver who is infected come into the border post, this also causes further delays, as such tests could have been done further inland prior to this driver getting to the border post. What should get into the border post is a valid test certificate that should also give him the right to proceed with their journey. We need to align validity of COVID-19 certificates to ensure that there are at no point there is no variation in terms of what the next country sharing the border post would require in terms of validity. Again, this speaks to the issue of the date, confirmation of negative tests prior to getting or arriving at where the vehicles are processed. So again, referencing the work we are doing together with other countries through the SADC Secretariat, the FFP, the issue of well-defined border operating procedures, which should be clearly communicated to operators so that there's some level of ambiguity in terms of what to expect when the driver gets to the border post. The issue of improved coordination, this again was emphasized by previous speakers, as well as planning in terms with respect to key stakeholders with the bearing in terms of movement of the vehicles. So key departments there will be the immigration, the customs, as well as health in view of COVID-19. Excuse me. We also need to ensure that the coordination happens with the counterpart with whom we are sharing our border posts. And any changes to the modus operandi implemented on one side should be clearly and well in time communicated to the counterpart so that alignment can also be reached. The need for, excuse me, the need for establishing and sustaining relevant operational structures at border posts, also emphasized by previous speakers, very critical. Not only do we need to focus on the law enforcement entities within the border environment, we need to involve private sector in such structures. We need their voices to be factored, their requirements to be factored whenever a decision is taken. But most importantly, such structures must be empowered to ensure that they don't have to reference anything to the head office prior to responding to an operational matter at a border post. Agile planning. The planning that we do, the deployments that we do, again, should be informed by what obtains from time to time. So we need a demand-driven deployment approach guided by demand, guided by the traffic volumes coming to the border posts. Often we see that there are long queues. Yes, it may not be cost effective to keep many desks operational when such surge is only for a few minutes. But at least we should consider that for border posts where we know attract high volumes of traffic, whether peak or off-peak, like Beitbridge, like Ligombo, and etc. We need to harness the power of technology. The previous speaker also spoke about the power of technology. What do we need to do to harness technology, not just within the border environments, not just for corridor monitoring, but also in terms of utilization by regulatory authorities in the exercise of what they are doing. An example here is why stop a truck if technology can make you get what you want in terms of information, in terms of data pertaining to that particular operator, pertaining to that particular vehicle, pertaining to the cargo that particular vehicle is also carrying. We need to also look at transforming our corridors through the performance monitoring systems, through data-driven solutions. So to achieve that, the issue of implementation, monitoring systems, the issue of sustained research, building evidence-based decision-making structures, processes, and etc. In this regard, I will cite some of the work that we're doing. Certainly, we're not the only ones who are doing research in this environment, in the cross-border environment. Key projects which we're working on, the Linking Africa Plan, which provides a number of solutions which are sector-specific within the trade environment, within the transport environment, within transport, focusing on the subsectors, road transport, rail transport, and etc. Which solutions are geared to address a lot of the challenges experienced in corridors, but also towards achievement of key national programs like the National Development Plan here in South Africa, regional agreements, and continental agreements such as the AfCFTA. The cross-border flow calculator, focusing on analyzing transit time experienced by certain groups, certain class of vehicles are linked to particular cargo which those vehicles are carrying. Corridor performance indicators, looking at cost, looking at transit time, looking at safety, volumes shipped through that particular corridor, and etc. The annual state of cross-border operations report, which is a summation of the other work, the work that we do under the research elements that I've highlighted. So we need to again constantly monitor the performance of individual parameters as it pertains to border posts and the rest of the corridor, so that we start building data. And from that data, we start building empirical evidence of the probability of any of the recommendations that we make working to address specific bottlenecks in the, be that at border posts or in corridors. In terms of the medium-term solutions, integrated border management, here we know BMA is coming to run with this. I'm not going to dwell much on that. Previous speakers have spoken about it. What we also need to look at in the medium term is this concept of transport processing centers, which are located inland away from the border post. How are they going to work? Vehicles which are cross-border bound, they go there for customs processing. Only when these vehicles have been authorized to proceed will they leave those centers, not to go and park in the border, but to proceed with their journeys. This will also work very well with pre-clearance and will ensure that we have a complete response to the issue related to border congestion. The issue of infrastructure, we know the border post approach roads may not be adequate, so we'll need to expand that infrastructure. The issue of our dedicated lanes for pre-cleared vehicles, one-stop border posts, single window systems. Previous speakers also emphasized that. Although I'm more of a different view, I still think we need one-stop border posts now, given the regional dynamics and also the state of the countries with which we share border posts. I find them to be very relevant, but we may need to embrace other solutions to enhance performance of the one-stop border posts as such. The whole thinking around risk-based regulatory systems, and the whole logic is to say, if we know the conduct of a particular operator, let's give him or her enough time, all the time that operator deserves to do what they have to do, which is to conduct cross-border business. As long as we have that information about their conduct, our role is to sit back, we look and focus only on the elements on which that particular operator has a high probability of not being compliant, or focusing on high-risk operators whose systems, whose standard operating procedures may not help them adequately to meet regulatory obligations. So in this regard, in transport, here at home, we've been working on a system, operator compliance accreditation system, which is basically an accreditation, an equivalence of the AEO, but focusing on transport. Why do that? To ensure that we create the capability of transport regulatory authorities to extend the said benefits without compromising administration of their mandate. From a regional perspective, again, through the TFP, there's an instrument called MCBRTA. I'm sure most of us were aware of that, which creates a regional platform for each of the countries in EAC, COMESA, and SADC to implement similar regulatory approaches focusing on road transport. Why do that? So that, again, we eliminate unnecessary delays where there are no necessary delays. We eliminate delays, reduce transit time, costs which are borne by the operator, ultimately by the consumer of the goods that are being transported by that particular operator.
Etiel, sorry, we need to start wrapping up. We're running well over time. Please wrap up.
Thank you. I will speed up. So one thing to also mention is on the AEO, we're working closely with our SAAS colleagues, moving towards a bigger program where we have OCAS and AEO as an integrated program. The queue management system, which basically it's a web-based platform where an operator or a driver en route books arrival time at the border post so that resources can be allocated for processing their movement. The beauty of it, this will eliminate congestion amongst other things. The issue of well strategically located truck stops. Most importantly, one thing we need to embrace going forward, involvement of private sector, not keeping them as peripheral actors in the value chain, particularly in terms of border operations. Just a few concluding remarks. With certainty, road transport is quite indispensable when it comes to trade between our countries, as well as international trade. We can't emphasize enough the need to address border post challenges, but we mustn't forget that which happens in between border posts. Otherwise, again, like I said, the operator, the goods that are carried will lose time in between the border posts. Going forward, our thinking is we need to elevate the need for private sector involvement in addressing a lot of these challenges. One cannot emphasize enough the need for commitment, not just at a political level, but also the key actors present in border posts, but those that are tasked with the responsibility of designing and implementing these solutions that we have spoken about. I'll stop there and thank you for listening, and once again for the opportunity to share our thinking and contributing to mapping of the solutions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Etiel. Clearly the language you're talking and the key driving are very much in line what all the presenters are telling us today. That's very encouraging. So we're looking forward to engaging with you in future. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge, and hopefully you will be available just now for the panel discussion.
That should be fine, Harry, until around about 1500.
Yeah, we should be done by then, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, our next and our last presenter is presenting to us all the way from Miami in the US. Is Mr. Firmin Kusa. He's the International President for the World Business Alliance for Secure Commerce Organization. And he's going to talk about customs and business working together to facilitate trade shows. Thank you very much, Firmin, for sharing knowledge with us.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. I am pleased and honored to be invited to this event. And yes, I am in Miami, Florida today, and thanks to technology and the kind invitation from Juanita, Marie, I'm with you today, and thanks once more for the invitation. And my compliments to the South Africa Association of Freight Forwarders and the Transportation Forum for your history and commitment to promoting the idea of bringing the private sector and government together. And this is what I want to talk about today, the importance of the private-public sectors working together, and more specifically, customs and business working together. And I may be preaching to the choir, listening to the other speakers and listening to and seeing the good work that you've done over the years. But I think it's good. I think it's okay sometimes to preach to the choir, because we all appreciate a different approach, good practices, and just a reinforcement of knowing that we're on the right track. So I'd like to share my screen, see if I can do that with my presentation. Sure that worked. Did that work?
Yes, we're seeing your desktop. You can just maximize your PowerPoint and go to presentation mode.
Yeah.
That's fine.
How's that?
Perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to talk about a little bit about my organization, the role of and evolution of customs, and the case for customs business partnerships, and a little bit of some statistics that I'll share with you regarding the transportation industry and their vulnerability to security breaches. And I'll wrap up with some conclusions. First, a little bit about my organization. We were created in 1996 by US Customs. At the time, we were the first customs business alliance to address contraband in the supply chain. Quite a novel idea back then. We're a nonprofit organization driven by the 3,500 trusted partners that we have. We operate in 15 countries in the Americas and the Caribbean and North America. And of course, as your organization does, we work with border agencies, governments, and other business organizations. And our purpose is to secure the international supply chain, make the world a little bit safer and a better place to live and work in. Just quickly, we have, we're in 11 countries. We have 26 offices. We call them chapters. And when we look at the business partners of our members, and this applies to AEO programs as well, we have over 16,000 business partners that are in some way tied to the work of the commitment to security that BASC represents. We have auditors that certify the companies. And we also have in the companies themselves, internal auditors that carry out the work every day of monitoring the security of the company to ensure that they're in compliance with the BASC security criteria. And we place a lot of emphasis on training. I think that's what we're doing here today, and what your association does as well. But with these 3,500 companies and the number of employees that they have, we We train roughly 33,000 persons a year, and that didn't stop during the pandemic. That's something that's very impressive. And I was going to mention later, I'll mention it now, how such a sad and tragic situation that's affected the world, as that often does, it's generated some positives and things that we've learned. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. And certainly the technology, the use of technology has allowed us, my organization, to carry out its mission. Specifically, I should mention virtual audits. Our 3,500 companies are audited every year in order to maintain the BASC certification. And the same thing applies to AEO. So we have we had to develop an idea on how to carry out audits under the conditions of the pandemic. And we did that. And back in April last year, we started conducting our 3,500 annual audits in a virtual manner. We've shared this information with the World Customs Organization, with the Private Sector Consultative Group, where Juanita and I sit. And we've discussed these issues, this particular one of conducting virtual audits, and we've incorporated this into the current guide that's going to be published globally for all the AEO programs around the world to consider. So that's something I wanted to mention. And we also, in the spirit of partnerships, which is what we're doing today and what we promote as individual companies and we as persons, my organization, having been born with a customs relationship, we value that, and we have cooperation agreements with a number of customs organizations around the world. The most important, the World Customs Organization based in Brussels that I just mentioned. So in my brief comments, I know I'm the last speaker, and my comments will be brief. I just want to talk a little bit about the evolution of customs, because sometimes we need to take stock of where we are. We get discouraged, and maybe sometimes it's good to look back and see how far we've come. And I like to do that, and I do that all the time, because sometimes we're frustrated that there's not enough progress, and we have to keep going, of course. But we should also know that we've come a long way. In the arena of customs, I use the word ancient because customs is an ancient concept. Borders and countries and wars and trade wars, as well as military wars. And customs has always been there at the gatekeepers to determine what comes in, what goes out, and the amount of taxes that are applied. So ancient customs was focused to a large degree on protecting the revenue, collecting taxes, duties, tariffs, and more of a confrontation, almost like a police concept entity. And those of us in trade had to bow and accept things as they were. And that's been the history of customs. And it wasn't that long ago. I am a former customs officer, I confess. And when I started with customs early in my career, before I moved into the business community, customs did not talk to the trade community, and the trade community was fearful of customs. So there was a dividing line. Customs is over here, and this is over there, and we interact in a very formal manner. And we did not benefit from each other's expertise. We didn't understand the other side's problems. And I think that was, I'm exaggerating, but that's the world that I knew when I started my career, ancient customs. And then you move along, and sometimes very quickly, and you arrive at what I consider the modern customs era. And that modern customs era, 1952 sounds like a long time ago, but I think that was a key point when the World Customs Body was created back then. We had some major milestones. In 1979, the evaluation agreement was arrived at the WCO, the harmonized tariff system, which went a long ways towards making sense out of the way customs around the world apply tariffs. The revised Kyoto Convention which is binding, and that's what gives its significance, was an effort to modernize customs, and that's still ongoing. The SAAFF framework of standards was implemented in 2005, a major milestone in the modernization of customs. And then, of course, the World Trade Organization's TFA, Trade Facilitation Agreement, that went into force in 2017, is also a magnificent declaration on the part of business and governments. And this is also a binding agreement. It's law, and it must be adhered to in the countries that have been signed. So we've come a long way. And I just want to stop for a second and talk about the SAAFF framework of standards, which was published in 2005. This concept is, I consider it the Bible of modern customs. It established the concept of once and for all, that security in the work of customs goes hand in hand with facilitation, which is music to our ears in the private sector. But it also introduced the concept of trust, where as partners, customs and business work together, but in an environment of trust. In other words, you can't verify everything that's presented. You can't verify everything because, well, where's the trust? You have to establish some level of trust in order for this partnership that is represented and embodied in the SAAFF agreement can operate. And very quickly, there's 3 pillars in the SAAFF document. And these are wonderful concepts. The first pillar is that customs should talk to customs. So I was talking about ancient customs where business and custom didn't do much in dealing with each other. The same applied to customs from one border to the other. So you could, I used to work for customs at the border of the US, United States, and Mexico. And I was clearly not encouraged, or I would say even permitted, to go across the border and sit down and talk to my counterparts. That would be seen as a very strange thing for Furman Kuza to do. So there was like a barrier. There was a border and there was a barrier to communication. That changed under the SAAFF concept, where now customs are not only encouraged, but expected and required to communicate. So that's brought the world closer, the customs world, and that's a good thing. The second pillar is equally important, which specifies that customs and business should be talking to each other. The very thing that I mentioned when I started my career was a concept that we couldn't even imagine. And today we live that concept every day. And the third pillar is interesting as well, because we know that some of the border congestion sometimes frequently is not because of customs. We tend to throw all the blame on customs when we have congestion and things don't get cleared, but frequently customs did its good work, but there's another government agency involved. Quite frequently, the Agriculture Department, Food and Drug Administrations, and other government agencies that have want to put their finger in the pie of the importation, and that creates delays. So there you have it, pillars 1, 2, and 3. And then there's this general principle that is what modernizes customs. And the 4 principles are that importers have to provide information in advance to the customs administration where they are going to arrive at. So that gives customs time to look at the manifest, look at the shipment, and determine if they want to look at something. And they can communicate back to the point of origin, the port of origin, and tell customs, don't let that container leave, please inspect it for the following reasons. So that's a way of communicating, and that's a way of bringing pillar 1 to life. You also have risk assessment, and we've wanted this for many years. Why does customs have to look at every box, every truck, every shipment? And by applying risk assessments, risk management concepts to the customs process, customs can determine that some shipments are low risk and do not require the same level of scrutiny as another shipment that may have a higher probability of not complying with customs laws. So that serves to facilitate commerce. And then to me, the biggest of all is the fourth principle, which talks about customs creating programs where the business community, that those that are considered to be low risk, are given preferential treatments. And that leads to the AEO program, the Authorized Economic Operator Program. The most successful program, I believe, in customs history, engaging the business community. So today we have over 90 AEO programs in 90 customs administrations and more than 50,000 companies that are participating in this concept of trust and this concept of low risk. And so these 50,000 companies move their cargo around the world, and they expect to be treated differently when they arrive at a border and not be subjected to the same level of scrutiny. And so that's the benefit of companies joining the AEO programs. And of course, to join, you have to commit and implement security measures throughout the supply chain. And this is where customs builds its trust in the company by validating the company that in fact they do have these procedures, and that therefore leads to benefits to those companies. As an example, in the US, the AEO program, Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism, 50%, over 50% of all of the shipments that come into the United States are entered by the trusted members of the trade community. So that's a tremendous benefit to the customs authority in the United States, because now their resources can be focused on the other 50% of the shipments that are not AEO companies. Of course, AEO companies also are inspected periodically, and but it's based on risk. So that's the beauty of this program, the beauty of the SAFE document, and a validation that of the partnership between business and customs. So I wanted to take a moment there, and I think that many of you may be very familiar with everything I just covered, but I thought it was important to restate. So I'm going to wrap it up here. The case for customs business partnerships. The global economy requires customs efficiency. So we in business, we demand this partnership. We need it, and now it's quite legal, quite appropriate for this partnership to exist under the SAFE framework and the World Trade Organization's TFA and all these other instruments that I mentioned. So those of you that are younger, and are listening in, again, I wanted to just go back to, it wasn't always like this, and it's frustrating even today, but we've come a long way, but we need to continue. So we need customs efficiency. Companies are operating around the world. I worked for a company after I left customs, and that company made decisions. It was a global company and had operations all over the world. And decisions on where to open a plant were included how efficient is the customs in this particular country. So it doesn't make any sense to make an investment decision in a country where you can't bring the raw materials in because they stay in customs a day. A day would be great. I meant to say a week, 3 days, 4 or 5 days to get something in. When your plant, you have the staff, the employees, everything's ready to go, but you can't get the materials to make the product. And then there's delays in shipping and exporting the product because of export requirements. So it invalidates the rationale for investing in a company, in a country, when you don't have customs efficiency. And I'm always amazed as to how that concept, which is so simple, is overlooked by countries, by customs administrations. So customs, and efficient customs can serve as a tool for economic development. When you have a very efficient custom, that doesn't mean you let everything in without scrutiny, but you apply these principles of risk management and other modern customs techniques. This promotes, invites foreign investment. And this is a good thing for the economy of a country, of course. The second point here is that customs needs us. They need our know-how, our technology, which was mentioned earlier. we know how to do things, not always perfectly, but we're in the battleground. We're dealing with issues every day, figuring them out, and we can bring that know-how to customs. We can bring the technology to customs. They need it in order to understand how we operate, so they can apply their risk assessments. So this communication between customs and business is critical. The third point here is that we work the supply chain. We know all the actors in the supply chain. We know the ones that are good, the ones that are not so good. And so we should be able to manage that. It's our responsibility. We don't want in our supply chain for an unscrupulous operator to introduce something that's not legal or into the supply chain. And then we're the ones responsible, those that are bringing the goods to the port. So we have that know-how, and customs needs to understand how that works in order for them to do also their good work and their risk assessments. And the fourth point here is that partnerships today is not just consulting, that I'll consult with you, customs will consult with your association, and then they'll decide what's best. The idea of a true partnership is co-creation. Co-creation is where you sit down at the beginning, you have an idea, or maybe it's thought out fairly well, but you sit down with a partner, in this case business, and you create something together. You look at it and you try to perfect it, and you tap into the know-how, the technology, in the case of customs with business, and you come up with a product that is better. And I want to give a couple of examples here. The first one, because it's older, is the AEO program in the US, which was the first AEO program in the world. And so the CTPAT program, AEO program, was launched in 2003. And it took 15 years for it to be looked at and updated. And I was fortunate to be invited to participate in this co-creation of the new, the updating of this important AEO program. And what US Customs did, it had 4 leaders to attack all the areas of the AEO program. And so the business leaders led the discussion, which included customs, of course, and other business leaders. So today's AEO program in the US truly represents the input from the business sector. So that's something that in the US, the business community can be proud of. It's not a perfect document, but it did include the participation from the business community from the very beginning, co-creation. The second example is one that I'm very proud of, and Juanita Marie of your association has been a tremendous participant in the work that's taking place at the World Customs Organization with the International AEO program. And what's happened is that the AEO program was also due for a freshening up, updating. And so this year, of all years, the WCO tackled this issue, and it's worked out very well. We've been working over the last 6 months. The private sector consultative group sent some folks over to the WCO's mini group that was working on updating the WCO implementation and validator guides that was previously 3 separate documents. And so the effort this year was to combine these 3 documents into one, but at the same time to improve it. And this was done under the concept of co-creation. Juanita, myself, and a few others from the private sector consultative group have been a part of this mini group, which included customs from China, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Guatemala, the European Union. And so these customs folks and the individuals from the private sector have been looking at these 3 documents, merging them into one, adjusting and improving the language, the ideas, and that's where the concept of virtual audits, virtual validations were introduced. So this is an example of co-creation, the private sector partnership with customs. And let's see what else I have here. the AEO programs require private sector consultation around the world. So again, an opportunity and an example of what's going on around the world, business and customs working together. And the last point here that I wanted to make is that the World Customs Organization, I sort of equate it to the United Nations. They do a lot of work, but they can't really dictate what a country does. So the WCO is similar. But nonetheless, there's a tremendous influence that they can exert over customs and business around the world. So there's several, I'll call them committees at the World Customs Organization on e-commerce that have made tremendous progress in defining what that means from a customs perspective, and at the same time taking advantage of the know-how and the technology from business to help customs do a better job of managing e-commerce. There's a capacity building group that is constantly looking at how they can improve the training and the abilities of customs around the world to do their job. And the private sector is invited to participate in these sessions. And there's one that's interesting, which is integrity. I think I heard some of the concerns there from the previous speakers. And that's ancient as well. Customs is ancient, and concerns about corruption, integrity are also ancient. But what is new is that we have to, in business, accept that we also have a role to play in this area, and we can do a lot to make that better. So even in this area, integrity, customs invites the private sector to participate and to have input into how we can mitigate these risks of corruption that exist, that are ancient. And then I want to finish, this is my last slide, a little bit of to share with you, the members of the transportation industry, something that frequently gets overlooked. And that's when you look at the supply chain and you look at where security breaches occur, the most vulnerable sector is transportation. And if we stop and think about it, it makes sense. You have a driver with a container in the middle of nowhere, and what kind of supervision? And maybe that trailer or that container has incredibly valuable goods. And so it's a vulnerable activity. And so the statistics bear this out. And I want to share this with you. These statistics need to be updated every year, but for the last 10 years, it's been pretty much 75, 85% of all the security breaches occur along the supply chain, not at the exporter's facility and not at the port where the container is loaded on the ship, but rather along the supply chain. So that puts a tremendous amount of pressure, responsibility on the part of transportation, the transportation industry. So here you have it, 63% of security breaches, and I'm sorry, I think I failed to mention, these are statistics from US Customs. So you have, based on the drugs, the contraband that they seize, which is an enormous amount on a daily basis at the 300 ports of entry in the US. So they gather these statistics, and here you have it. So I think it's something that is scary if you didn't know about it. But I think there's something that we can do because we have this responsibility in the transportation sector. We need to work with our business partners. So a truck picks up goods from an exporter. You have to work with that, and you have to know who they are and what kind of security measures they take in their facility, so that when you pick up the cargo, you can be confident that there's nothing else in there but what is manifested. And you also have a responsibility to deliver that to the next point. And so there's, and I don't need to tell you all the technology and all the measures that are available and that are taken advantage of. But I want to say that one of the recommendations that I can offer is to join an AEO program in your country. If and you have to forgive me, I'm not current on whether the AEO program includes the transportation industry, but that it does in most countries. I assume that it does with your AEO. So join the AEO program. BAS, my organization, is also another certifying body. There's ISO, there's TAPA. So the certification gives you a model, a framework, if you will, on what you should be doing. And it's based on a lot of thought that has gone into, and other companies that are doing the same thing. So you have best practices that are built in to these procedures and these requirements. And so by adopting these programs, getting a certification, you will be much better off. So in conclusion, customs business partnerships are critical to the effective, efficient, and secure conduct of international commerce. I think we all know that. Number two, all of us in business can, and I would say must, play a role in this partnership. And I congratulate your association, Transportation Forum, for keeping the flame alive all these years and moving forward and gathering steam, representing the business community, and even all the way to Miami, Florida. So I applaud your good work. I do recommend that you seek some type of certification and join an association, of course. So I think some of these conclusions apply to SMEs, small companies, that they can level the playing field, so to speak, by joining an association, by becoming certified, and drawing the recognition that they deserve if they are complying with security measures, so that they can also compete with the larger companies. So there you have it. Those are my comments I wanted to share with you. I have a hunch that I didn't tell you too many new things, but my message really is that continue the good work that you're doing, and for the members, those that are listening in, to commit to doing even more, being active with your organization, sharing your thoughts and your good practices with other business partners and members of the association. And I think the world is going to be better as a result. And thanks, Juanita, for the work that you do in your region, the work that you bring to the World Customs Organization, to the private sector consultative group. And I've learned a lot from listening to you, and thank you for your good work. So thanks to all of you. And with that, I'll turn it back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, Herman. We've been learning a lot, and clearly that saying, co-creation, that's excellent, and it's making one think a lot. I'm just throwing up that SAAFF website. I think it's extremely important, especially in this presentation as well, that we've seen that it's so important that we stand together and that we associate with the people who know what's going on and has got experience. And surely SAAFF, South African Association of Freight Forwarders, they are representing the forwarders and logistics companies. And I think if they're not members of this organization, they're missing out, and they're not being represented properly, and their voices are not heard. And SAAFF will create also the platform for this collective voice. So we urge really companies to join SAAFF and visit that website and become members of SAAFF. Great. So, ladies and gents, we've got now time for a short panel discussion, and I would like to get all the panelists to kindly switch on their videos, and that we have opportunity for people to engage with our panelists. Let's give them a few seconds. Right, so let's do it this way around. You can go to your participants box and you can raise your hand, and then I can recognize you and we can give you opportunity to ask a question. Depending on the question, maybe we'll take question or two, and then we'll give the panelists opportunity to respond. You can direct your question directly to one of our panelists, or you can direct it to the panel as a whole. So you're welcome to raise your hands and I can recognize you. Seems to me they're absolutely stunned what you people have said this afternoon.
Heidi, maybe if I come in here, I think we overshoot with some time, so maybe some people left already, and I'm not so sure on their time schedule, so maybe they've got another commitment because it's already 3:10. But yeah, it doesn't seem that there's any questions, so thank you.
Yeah, what we can do quickly is we can, Unita, if you don't mind, let's give our panelists opportunity for closing remarks. Maybe if we can start here with Michael Henning. Michael, do you perhaps have a few closing comments for us?
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, I think that it was quite clear and evident the points that have been reiterated during the course of this Transport Forum Special Interest Group, and that is one of collaboration, co-creation. I like that word very much, Furman. It's one that's been used here in South Africa within various trade organizations and SAAFF. And I think we need to all really work together and leverage what we can through partnerships, including technology and technological service providers to improve trade on this continent, but for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate sharing knowledge of us and participation today. Thank you very much. I don't know, Mike Fitzmaurice, are you still online? You want to say closing remarks?
Harry, I'd just like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity. I know my presentation was short and sweet, but I found some of the other presentations very interesting. And I think what comes out very clearly is that the public-private partnership is a key issue in going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate it. Just scanning here. Lynn Botha, you still there? You want to give a closing comment? Don't think Lynn is on the call anymore. And Lucky must have left. Michael has done it. Etiel has left. Furman, maybe from you, some closing remarks. Furman Koza.
Thanks, Harry.
I'm still here, Harry. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Furman, you can continue and then we'll have Etiel.
Thank you. Yeah, I sometimes in the day-to-day work, I forget the importance of the work that we do, and listening to the panelists and my experience with Juanita, I truly feel that those of us that are in this field, this profession, are doing noble work, and so I think that we should not be discouraged. We're in the right place. We're making the world function better. Associations, this forum today is part of all that. So I feel blessed to be part of this industry that's doing such good work. So I actually put in those terms. So we just don't have a job and we just don't go to work. We're doing something important. So let's continue, and partnerships, working together, make the world a better place to work and live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Furman. Indeed, noble work, indeed. Thank you very much. Etiel, some closing comments.
From my side, Harry, is firstly to appreciate the opportunity, and lastly, whatever we do as various parties in corridors, particularly as the regulatory authorities, should be geared towards making the life of the tracker, the operator, as easy as possible. So what do I mean? We need to be embracing the models of regulating which are anchored on risk-based approaches. so that we give maximum opportunity to the tracker to do what they have to do. And lastly, the whole issue of collaboration, not just between us, the regulatory authorities, but also between the private sector and us, the regulatory authorities. So we need to start elevating their involvement in border operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edil. Well said. Thank you very much for your support as well. We're looking forward to closer collaborating with CBRTA as well. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before I give our host the last word and to close the session, I just want to mention the next Transport Forum is next Wednesday, the 4th of February. We're going to talk about the important role dry ports are playing in the supply chain, and a very interesting panel again. So hopefully I'll see all of you there and looking forward to that. So my thanks and our thanks to all our sponsors today and our host, South African Association of Freight Forwarders. And over to you, Nita, to close the session for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for staying in. I think when we started off this morning, we were close to 100 and we're now down to 41. But I think along the line, it just, we had different commitments, but it was really a pleasure hosting you. And I must agree, the value that's been shared is immense. And hopefully, Furman, if we invite you back in 6 months' time, we can celebrate and maybe then we have a very short time. But thank you very much and have a blessed day. And keep safe, and your COVID is not our friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a big hand, our panelists and SAAFF and all our alliances and our sponsors. Thank you very much. Unita, I can say that there are people following on YouTube as well. And remember, the YouTube file is going to be live for many years. So a lot of people will see this. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.